All right, we should be live everywhere now. Everywhere now. Good morning. Good. Hey, Aqua. Good morning, Star. Dwayne, what up, bro? Good morning, Ariel. Good morning, Emily. Yeah. Okay, we in here. We in the building. Don't worry about it. We good. You know, things happen. Sometimes, you know, things aren't as prestidigitacious as you would like it to be, but you know, sometimes it monumize in the triceratops, and you know, that happens. Hey, hot girl liberal. Red, hello. What you mean, Kelbell? Kelbell, what you talking about? What you talking about? Tell it to me now. Cut your tongue out. Mail it to your moms. I'm a young god. Swagger unflawed. We in the building. You in the front yard. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, beautiful people. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. If you're ever on YouTube, hey, hit that thumbs up for me. Hit that thumbs up. It'll push the bot out, get more people in here. We're going to go ahead and get this thing started in just a moment. Also, if you guys over on the TikToks, if you can like knock out the daily gift goal a couple of times, guess what? Hey, guess what? Guess what happens if you do that? Guess what? It'll push the live out to the FYP. And if it pushes the live out to the FYP, then we get more people in here to debate and we can have a productive live. And yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be fun. Yeah. Oh, guys, when you send your daily heart me, right? That's super important. But also when you comment, you get to like collect points or whatever. So make sure that you go back up and you collect your points after you comment and you send your, hey, thank you for the cake. You send your daily heart me and comment. So I always put my comments here. Boom. Boop. There we go. I always put my comments and then I go back and get them points, baby. Got to get them points, baby. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. A lot of you already noticed, but, you know, it's time for us to talk about it, guys. America has become a global joke. It's become a global joke. It's something that we have to talk about. It's not something that I relegate in, but it's something that we have to talk about. And the reason why the United States of America has become a global joke is because of a couple of different things. One, capitalism. Capitalism doesn't compare to socialism. Socialism is not only far more superior, it's something that the people in the United States of America are crying out for. Like literally crying out for, period. It's just a thing. Next thing is Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter who you are. Democratic Socialists, Dem socks, they're up. People want democratic socialists. And that's why Zoran Mandani is soaring in New York. And at the same time, many candidates across the country are soaring as well. And it's not just Republicans fighting democratic socialists. It's Democrats fighting democratic socialists. And guess what? People on the left and people on the right are now supporting them. Scary times for the establishment. Scary time for the establishment. White people, hey, we gotta have a little bit of a conversation. White people. Guess what? You guys embrace white supremacy. It's the only thing that makes sense, right? Because the way that the white nationalists marched in DC and they were given room to breathe, and white people as a whole, there hasn't been a consistent backlash. Hell, I know I didn't expect it from Donald Trump and the Trump administration, but it just speaks to the fact that white people feel comfortable, right? And so while they may not like that these actual white supremacists were marching, they're embracing it because it doesn't really affect them. We got to talk about it. The next reason why the United States of America has become a global joke is because not only did we get curb stomped by Iran, which it looks like that's going to tick back up, but we're not looked at as the global superpower anymore, as far as ensuring that, the world is safe. We're not the leaders of the free world. So we need to not only cut our military budget, but we need to reduce our military presence across the globe. Just got to do it. Last but not least, Christians. I think my Christian friends are going to have a hard time with this one, but I think this is something that it's long overdue, and it's something that's necessary. For all of my Christian friends, for all of my friends that actually believe in the Bible, Christianity is harmful. It's not just harmful in the sense of like, it's kind of bad. No, it's super harmful. You guys weaponize the Bible to uplift hatred, bigotry, harm, and then justify some of the most horrendous things throughout the history of the globe. This isn't even a US thing. This is like a global thing. It's also another reason why the United States of America has lacked the overall progression of a lot of different countries. So that being said, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to start getting people in here in just a moment for some debates. But guys, let's get active.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait.
This pressure.
Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer, mods, working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get good tonight.
Welcome to the ring now.
Talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down.
Welcome to the
ring now. You ain't built for this smoke.
Y'all slap nuts.
Ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boost and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse.
I watch
the pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked.
Hey,
ring now. Talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down.
Welcome to the
ring now. Got got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah.
Welcome to the You Ain't
Built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana.
Let's go.
Bring your sources.
Yep.
Or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
But if you don't, it's okay. I got you. I'll take care of it. I got you. Don't worry about it. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, knock out the daily gift goal. I'm resetting it to the little 1 cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll push us out to the FYP. When you share the live, instead of like sharing it to a bunch of random people, can we share it to our stories and repost it to our FYP? That is more beneficial than anything else. Last but not least, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi.
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with the democratic socialist thing.
Okay. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
16.
Okay. You can't be up here, Bob. You know that. You have to be 18 years of age or older to be on TikTok Live. You know what's funny? Before getting through the intro, there was like 6 people in the request already. And as soon as the intro finished, like all of them dropped out. I think the background triggered some people immediately. And no, not 66. 6. I think the background immediately triggered some people, and then they're against their better angels. They requested up, and then they realized, you know what? Can't do it. Let me actually bow out. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap screenshot the live, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Like I said, America has become a global joke. A global joke. And the reasons being, first and foremost, capitalism. Capitalism is absolutely something that not only, you know, what the funny thing about this is people think that like, oh, it's just Democrats or the people on the left screaming capitalism doesn't work. Hey, it's not just the people on the left. It's everyone. It's everyone except people who are, of course, bootlicking for billionaires. They still have an affinity for capitalism. But like across the globe, across the country, capitalism is being rejected because people are starting to realize like, hey, no matter how many pairs of boots we have, we can put 20 straps on each side of our boots and pull as hard as we can. There'll never be a situation where we actually can pull ourselves up. This guy said free healthcare totally sounds terrible. Yeah, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're being. You said lies. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. If you seem like you got a lot to say, AJ has money. You seem like you got a lot to say in the comment section. I'm just going to go ahead and mute you, Bob. Come up here on the panel. Say it with your chest. Don't say it at all. I don't care. I don't care. Legitimately, I don't care. Weird to see so many brothers on the RNC payroll. Yeah, the funny thing is they're not even getting paid. Like that's the point. They're not getting paid. Anywho. Not even 15 minutes and I'm already not even 15 minutes in and already racism. Insane. What are you talking about? Racism? Who's being racist? What happened? Who's being racist? What the fuck just happened? In the chat? Oh, yeah, no. We know they're going to try that shit in the chat. That's because they're a bunch of keyboard warriors. They're a bunch of thumb thugs, right? But you know what's funny? The reason why they're racist, that's another topic on the background. It's because white people embrace white supremacy, right? Right? Like, let's not pretend as if we don't know what this is. Guys, you saw them marching out on January the 4th in DC, right? You saw all of them, right? Those fucking cowards. Funniest thing is they were peaceful. Oh, always with Virgo. You said they were peaceful. What the fuck you mean they were peaceful? What's peaceful about fucking white nationalists? Tell me that. What's peaceful about white nationalists? Oh, okay. Always Virgo. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because like the caping from the comment section is weird as fuck, but I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and tell them about it. I'm like, the one thing that you'll learn about me is I don't argue with the comment sections. Like, fuck that. So you were saying that they were peaceful and the black woman on the train was safe. That's what you said?
Correct. That's the safest train ride she'll ever take.
That's interesting. Let's talk about it. Before we do, though, always with Virgo. Do you want me to call you Virgo? Do you have a name you want me to call you?
It does say away. I don't know if you can read or not. It does say away. There's no
sure. What would you like me to call you, sweetheart?
Well, you can learn to read first, right? And then you can just read my name. That's super easy.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call you Always. All right. Always. All right. Give me a second. Always.
All right. Black Santana. Go ahead, Black Santana.
Yeah, that's fine. I am Black and my name is Santana. That's fine. Yeah, anyway, before we go too far, hey, listen, you're crashing already, Bub. You're not going to do well if you can't even.
Relax. Nothing happens, Santana.
Shh. It's okay.
You're mad already?
Shh. Calm down. You're crashing. Anyway. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick introduction for everyone who may not know who I am or what this is. So always just calm down for a second. Guys, let's get active.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event.
How sensitive of you.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heartbeat. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. You know what? The reason I just muted you for the entire live, get up here. How about this? You and Always can go 2-on-1 with the great one.
You're so
it's a BOGO.
Santana,
who doesn't love a deal? Shut up. I'm not talking to you yet. It's a BOGO. Who doesn't love a deal?
Man, Black.
So come up here and you both can actually go 2-on-1 with the great one. Hey, hey, I know you want to be heard. I'm telling you right now, I know you want to be heard. Don't worry. I'm going to give you the floor so you can cry. It's okay.
Well, hurry up.
Just yes, we're going to listen to you cry in just a moment, but have some impulse control. Your clancestors would be ashamed of you at this moment.
You're doing too much.
Your clancestors would actually be ashamed of you at this moment.
Come on, Santana.
Shh. I'm almost done.
Right.
I'm almost done. It's okay.
Make it quick.
Hey, sweetheart. It's okay.
Hey, honey.
It's okay. Listen.
Make it quicker,
listen. Please. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Go to sleep and good night. It's okay, little baby.
scared, that's why.
It's okay. Don't crash out. I'm going to let you speak. There we go. All
Hurry
right.
up,
So like I
Santana.
said, if you
We
are
don't
a
have
Trump
all day
supporter
for
or
this
disagree
black
with
shit.
anything on the background, go ahead and get in the box for that other ass hat who's hiding in the comment section. Feel free to come up. Feel free to come up. All right. So always, you were crashing out from the comment section
What's up,
saying
Black
that
Santana?
you were saying that the actual lady was quote unquote the safest that she had ever been, and they quote unquote peacefully protest. Hey, tell me again, what's peaceful about protesting when it's a bunch of white nationalists marching through the Capitol demanding that white people take back the country?
When did they say that, Santana?
And the actual rallying cries.
Did they say that in their cheer, or did they say,
Yep.
did they claim America for themselves?
They were saying it in the rally cries.
And does that hurt anybody? Do you know who black
Can you answer my
Israelites are?
question? I answered your question. Why aren't you answering my question?
Nothing about that was violent. Nothing about that was violent. There you go.
You didn't answer the question. So you just saying that
there was nothing violent about it.
Okay. So
There was nothing
the
racist
question
about
is
it.
maybe you don't understand the question. I got you. Don't worry about it. The question is, why would you call them marching through the streets of Washington, D.C., demanding that white people take the country back, which has been something that is happened throughout the history of the country and perpetuated harm to anyone that's not white? How is that not violent?
Yeah, because nothing was destroyed. Nobody was hurt. And black people assembling lately has been violent. So didn't
It's
two
funny that
famous
you're trying to
Instagram
talk
black
about,
girls just get murdered by their own kind? Let's talk about that too, Santana.
I have no
A lot of
idea
your
what you're
people are
talking about.
murdering each other at high rates. No matter
Sure,
how much
it's
you wanna
kind of
deny
weird.
it,
It's kind of weird that you're like pivoting to what about black people? But it's fine. I mean, we can talk about black people after we finish this conversation about white people.
It can be fair.
We can. I just like, hey, serious thing now. Impulse control.
I'm muting myself.
No, yeah, that's fine. Have impulse control. Like, let's actually talk to each other and stop interrupting. Because at this point, this is no longer productive. Like, it's sure we were hot and heavy at the start.
Oh,
fine.
now it's not productive.
I'm telling you one more. If you interrupt me one more time, it's a concession. I'm going to kick you. There you go. Yeah, shut up. Shut up, you fucking coward. Go cry somewhere else. Go. I hope your ancestors are rolling in their grave, knowing that this is the weak ass generation of white men that they bred. All you do is fucking cry on the internet all day. And you don't even have enough impulse control to actually get your hateful rhetoric out. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I've never seen a bigger batch of babies in my life. Holy shit. That's fine. Oh, well, we're still going to have a great morning, guys. I can feel it. I feel it coming in the air. We're going to have a great day. We're going to have a great day. So again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up. If you are they still crying in the comments? Who's crying? What the fuck is happening? I don't understand people crying in the comment section. How about you give someone a try and let them talk? You're the baby. Baby D's nuts in your mouth, right? So I'm going to mute you. Whatever the fuck your name is. MAGA, TL, fuck all that. Get up here. Get up here. You know what's funny? I have no issue with letting people speak. But I do have issue. I take like extreme issues with people who have a lack of impulse control and who can't actually go back and forth. Like, there's no point if you don't have the ability to like stop talking for a moment. Period. You said, who wants to platform races? What are you talking about? Who's platforming races, Mimi? What are you talking about, Bobo? You gotta educate me on that one. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a little unfamiliar. I'm sure this is about to be a crash out troll because, you know, user 0 followers, 3 following. Are you here to slur? Or what are we doing?
What?
Did you come just to slur?
Oh.
Not them running. Not them running. What the fuck was that? Oh, got it. They were told to come back on their main account. Oh. I was expecting, as Solid would say, STR. I was legitimately expecting that. Hi, David. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, David. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. No, I don't think David meant to do that. I don't think. Hey, Santana, I'm not MAGA, but I have a question on how to deal with something. Is it how to deal with something on the background that you disagree with, or like what are we talking about? Can you get a request? A request for what? What do you mean? Can you get a request? I'm not playing any songs. You have to request. I'm confused. Anyway, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Please. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some. Hit the button that says request. Yeah, no, for shiggity. I don't know what's happening. Maybe they I don't know. Maybe the request button is in a different language or something. How do you say request in Japanese? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I guess that's a no. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything?
I've been liking. I didn't mean to. Sorry.
No diggity. You're good. Guys, keep tapping the screen again. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Santana, how do you say request in Spanish? I don't know. Requesto? Fun fact, I actually failed Spanish in middle school because me and my best friend were sitting side by side and I did not pay attention. And so I failed Spanish. But I went on to take 4 years of German and then 3 years of French. But I failed Spanish. So, yeah. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Chewy speaks like 15 languages. I just saw Chewy. Chewy is like fucking on it. Like Rosetta Stone. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Oh, why is it every time like you guys swipe in and then swipe out? Swipe in and then swipe out? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's happening. Okay. Guys, as we wait, I'm sorry, let's talk about the background again, because for some reason, some people may not understand where we are in the background, and I want to make sure that we level set, right? Let's level set. First and foremost, capitalism sucks ass. The most interesting thing about like the premise behind capitalism is that socialism, and not only is it superior, but it's like only the United States of America equates like overall happiness, success, and progression directly to capitalism. And the funniest thing about the United States of America and people here connecting capitalism directly to success and happiness and all this other stuff is it doesn't even have to be us on an individual level being able to somehow benefit from capitalism. That's the most interesting thing, right? Right? Now, for me, listen, I love to see a black person get paid, period. I love to see anyone make their money. But I'm not disillusioned under the fact that unless you're like the ultra wealthy, then you're not benefiting from capitalism. That doesn't make the fact that I like to see people do well does not negate the fact that capitalism overall does not benefit everyone. But for some reason, there are so many people that think that like, oh, if you're a billionaire, you're super intelligent or you've worked so hard. That's not it. Socialism. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. And the thing that I've said over and over and over, and I'll keep saying this because it's true. All right. I'm not a communist. I'm not. But I got a lot of commie friends. And not only are they some of the smartest people that I know, but they're some of the best people that I know, like genuinely good people. And from everything that I've learned about communism, it's the superior way for society. Like literally, it's the superior way for society. It's something that would be beneficial to everyone. But the propaganda behind communism is what's holding us back. And I'll say this. There's a reason why there's so much propaganda to keep us away from it. I don't know. I don't know. All I know, right? Check this out. There's certain things that I don't like. I don't like the Boston Celtics. Fuck the Celtics. I don't like walking in the rain and my socks being wet. I don't like beets. They taste like dirt. I don't need someone to tell me how bad beets or wet socks or the Celtics are for me to be like, nah, I don't fuck with that. I don't need someone to burn all the beets or to take the Boston Celtics off of national television or to eliminate rainy days in order for me to not have wet socks, for me to know I don't like those things or like I don't fuck with them. So if socialism and communism was such a bad thing, if it was actually such a bad thing, why is there such a targeted approach to ensure that it never sees the light of day? Anytime there's a country that shifts towards socialism, there's an immediate backlash from Western civilization that uphold capitalism to shut it down. Why? Why? That's interesting. W's in the chat for Peach Raid. W's in the chat for Peach Raid. Welcome in, Peach Raid. I hope you guys had a great stream. I saw Peach doing the thug thizzle this morning. Shout out to Peach. Love you. Love you. Let's see if this person will load. Tap the screen, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debate. Same goes with dictators, right? If they're bad, why do you need to tell people they're bad? That's interesting. Whatever your name is, come up here and tell me about it. I don't really care about what you're saying in the comment section. That doesn't add up. But let's talk about it. You know, like that doesn't. The math isn't mathing. The math is not mathing. So there's that, right? Give me a second here. Oh, also, if you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to debate me, guess what? You do not have to leave where you are. You can just click the link, boom, it'll get you right up here, right? So you don't have to leave your safe space. Let me run through a couple of quick thank yous really quickly, and then we'll keep this thing moving because you guys are going on, especially over on Twitch. Oh, hola, ¿cómo está?
Hey.
¿Cómo está?
No. No, I don't speak Spanish.
I don't either, but then I know to say muy bien y tú. Yeah.
Right.
Anywho, you were in the comment section and you made the comment about like, oh, same thing with dictators. You don't have to tell them that they're bad, right? So are you insinuating that just because someone doesn't tell people something is bad, that is not bad? Or what was the comment about? I'm confused.
Well, it was about the whole idea of communism being good. Well, you see, the problem is it's good as an idea, but it lacks the human factor. It does not account on the human factor.
How so?
Well, we have the experience with USSR, where they stated, and probably many of them were going for the idea of communism, but they stumbled upon the problem of human factor, whereas humans would still try to, well, dominate other humans.
Got it. Let's say I grant you the quote unquote human factor, right? How does the human factor play into every aspect of society? And what's the bell curve for like happiness accounting for the human factor within these different societies?
What's a bell curve?
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with the term bell
like
curve.
what's the like, I guess where does it fall, right? Because if you're accounting for the human factor within communism, then you have to account for the human factor within all societal systems. And then like, how does that stack up with adjusting for the human factor?
I'm not quite sure. Well, most systems fail when they're not being followed, basically. Because if we take, say,
I disagree.
Capitalism
is absolutely being followed, and it's failing. Well, I'm sorry, it's being followed, and it's a failure because of the way that it's structured. It's literally structured to do exactly what it's doing, which is disenfranchise and marginalize the have-nots. Like that, it's literally doing what it's supposed to do.
If I remember correctly, Smith's capitalism, it accounted on the government's regulating.
You said Smith?
Free market. Yeah.
Who is Smith?
John Smith, was it?
You mean Jon Snow?
No, I'm pretty sure it was John Smith. I just remember it from studies, like back in the day.
All right.
I just remember.
You mean Adam Smith?
Oh yeah, probably.
Okay.
I just remember that the idea was that the governments should be sort of regulating market, like, you know, preventing what was it called, when all the power goes in hands.
You mean
of
Adam
company.
Smith from fucking? He was the one who was born in 1723.
Yeah.
Known as the father of economics.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you think Adam Smith could have ever visualized a global economy the way that we currently have it? I mean, I know that during that time there was, of course, you know, global trade to a certain level, but do you think that he could have ever accounted for the type of like wide-reaching, interconnecting global marketplace that we currently have?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not.
You think he could?
I mean, probably not.
Yeah. I mean, again, the only reason I bring that up is like, sure, I dig the basics, right? I dig understanding like the fundamentals and who said what prior. But I think like it's more pertinent for us to talk about here and now and like how things are like moving forward. Anyway, go ahead with your point.
Yeah, the thing is, the basics are being broken. I mean, it's up for us right now to think of how to regulate these things.
How do you
the
regulate
basis-
capitalism so it doesn't disenfranchise the least amongst us? Because the entire premise of capitalism is exploitation of resources, whether it's people, finite materials, ideals, time. Like it's literally based off of exploitation of resources and then the hoarding of said resources. So, like, how do you regulate hoarding and exploitation?
Well, it isn't the idea. The idea is basically free market.
Well, but you just said the idea of communism doesn't work, but you want us to talk about the idea of capitalism? Like that's a little, I'm sorry, that doesn't like really, you know.
Well, because what I see from the experience of trying to establish communism is basically the same capitalism, but only in the in form of government.
So tell me this, right? If that's the case, then why is it that in every single aspect of communal living or social countries, why has it been a persistent and consistent disenfranchising of those people and governments to ensure that it doesn't actually continue to move forward? Like, where are you from, friend?
I'm from Baltic States.
Baltic States. Do you still live there, or are you in the U.S.? Where are you at now?
No, I live there.
Okay. How much do you know about the history of the United States of America when it comes to indigenous people?
Well, I know the basics.
Okay, I'll keep it simple with you then. The indigenous people were communal people, right? They lived in a communal society where they were governed by a matriarchy, right? And then the colonizers that came from Europe, from these different European countries, well, they were capitalists that were governed by a patriarchy. And through the communal living of these indigenous people, they have been successfully living, governing, communicating, like going to war, signing peace treaties, all this other stuff with other indigenous tribes and nations for thousands of years prior to like the Spaniards showing up with the conquistadors and kicking off like this massive genocide of indigenous people. But with that being said, the premise of them governing themselves through communal living was overwhelmingly successful. The idea that capitalism needed to be replaced or needed to replace their living was pushed by the Western society, the colonizers that actually decided to rape, steal, and pillage, right? And the first like test of capitalism when they're trying to get to the indigenous people were like the fur trades, right? In which and then they were able to successfully wrap indigenous people into fur trading, which then stripped away like not only communal living, but it stripped away like the rights and access that they had to different people within their nations, including like queer people. Queer people had not only like an actual right to life within communal society, but they had like high standards within indigenous tribes. So the point that I'm making is that like we can see throughout the history, whether it's on the premise of like the indigenous people nations, you can look at Grenada, you can take a look at what the U.S. has been doing to Cuba. Anytime there's any form of socialism or communism, there is a constant shift from people who want to uphold capitalism to end it because it is it's literally diametrically opposing capitalism. And it's something that's beneficial for everyone because not only does it address inequalities in like living style and income and stuff, but it also addresses the patriarchy, which is, you know, that's the boogeyman behind all of this. It's literally the patriarchy.
Yeah, I won't argue that. No, if anything, I'm not have nothing against. Well, if you can call it that. Communism, not communism, socialism. Mm-hmm. I have nothing against socialism, as in, but not in the way like we have a lot of post-Soviet people here, right? And not the way they imagine it, as all the means of production goes to quote unquote people, which actually means government, which actually means dictatorship. But we have an example of
that's not what it means.
Well, that's how
all the means of
ends up
production go
usually.
to the. No, that's not what it means. To go into the government. No, that's not what it means.
Well, I mean, that's what they're aiming actually for, the people who are promoting the communist socialism. But we have examples of Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden, which are capitalist countries, but with a strong social net.
Mm-hmm.
Which,
you know what that is?
You mean to call
do
it
you know what that is?
socialism? Yeah, I can agree with that.
No. What you're saying, and chat. Yes, I know he's not a U.S. citizen. He was upfront with me. We're good. We're talking. He literally was. He was honest about it, so I'm good with it. You guys don't have to keep putting that in the comment section. I know. Anywho, do you know what that is when you talk about the Nordic models that have strong safety nets with the actual practice of capitalism? Death by PowerPoint.
What?
That might just be an American thing. Don't worry about it. How about death by 1,000 cuts? Have you ever heard that saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So while I understand, and don't get me wrong, I mean, that's at least preferable to what we currently have here in the U.S. It's still a slow death versus what we're doing currently in the U.S. under capitalism, which is speed running capitalism that's going to lead to a massive and vast decline. We're literally careening off the edge at this moment.
Oh yeah, but all those systems are dynamic one way or another. Like empires rise and fall, and different systems come. Like we just came up with the system, the idea of national countries around here, which is now, as you know, challenged by the Russia with their imperialistic ideas. And yeah, Hero and Slava to the chat. Someone has that. So yeah, I don't know what will happen with you guys. I believe you will, maybe, I don't know, revolutionize, maybe adapt, or something will happen. I believe in you.
I think the only but that's the end of capitalism, right? Revolution, like it leads to revolution when the proletariat finally gets fed up and they achieve class consciousness, then revolution comes. Like that's literally a thing. And so, I mean, it seems like more and more people are starting to recognize that, because now more so than ever, there's a prevalent understanding of how socialism, what socialism is, what communism is. People are starting to directly see the discrepancies, the fact that, the United States of America is the wealthiest country on earth. Yes, we have like the largest wealth gap of any developed nation. Hell, there's this one fact that just came out that the United States of America is the only G7 country that has, let me make sure I'm saying this right. Where is it? I want to make sure I'm saying this exactly right. The United States of America is the only G7 wealthy nation where the quality of life is actively getting worse. Like, that's a thing. And this was done through the research completed through a Gallup study that actually tracked the overall quality of life for the United States. And then also Peterson and KFF, they have a great one on that as well. But they look at things like the life expectancy, safety and institution, affordability and poverty, and then happiness trends. And they take a look at that compared to all of the other countries that's listed in G7 that prioritize things like strong safety nets, universal health care, and a robust infrastructure. And we are the only country that's trending in a negative way. So the point being, right, is while a lot of people may pretend as if this is the greatest country on earth, it's a lot of people are waking up to the idea and the premise that, like, we're suffering as a country and we as a people deserve better.
Yeah, but yeah, you do need to revolutionize, but the question is really how. Because if you go to the communist route, you can end up just the same way as the USSR, basically.
I
which is
disagree.
bad. I mean, I'm just saying you can. We can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think the collapse of the USSR was more indicative of the overall greed and wealth that happens when the global superpower tries to monopolize and it continues to grow in a multitude of ways, right? The trend, and shout out to Chewy because Chewy broke this down like amazingly, and it's something that I've talked about multiple times, but and the United States of America is following the exact same trend as the last, 5 global superpowers who had the centralized currency of the world, as far as like what they did in order to cause their nation to collapse. And it's like a combination of a multitude of things, but for the USSR, it wasn't like, oh, communism. It was literally because of there was a sense of isolationism, the way that like military action was being taken. So it's like a whole big thing.
Yeah, but well, mostly it was about what was it called? Centralized economy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you can't really control what needs to be produced, and you can control quality and everything of was being produced just from the top.
What do you mean?
I mean the free market it kind of self-regulates.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
if it's self-regulated, then like we wouldn't have Elon Musk.
Yeah.
If it's self-regulated, we wouldn't have the largest public employer in the United States of America is Walmart. Do you guys got Walmart?
No, we don't.
You don't have
and
Walmart.
that's actually a different problem. That is the problem I've noticed in the US, because the capitalism in the US is completely uncontrolled by the government, like monopolies. They are basically completely allowed.
Yeah.
No one fights them in any way or form. If anything, they're being encouraged.
Yeah.
So that is what breaks the free market, and that's what breaks.
I mean, that's just again, that's a function of the free market. But even more than that, like I said, the United States of America has started to speed run capitalism. So normally you don't see this. I mean, think about it. The United States of America has only been around for 250 years, right? And with it being around for 250 years, it's made massive leaps and jumps and things like that. And of course, the Industrial Revolution actually shifted the country to a different direction. But ever since we've been in this perpetual state of having a military and we're living in a military state where we're always in a perpetual motion of war, and we sell war globally. This has continued to actually be something that has sped up the process of capitalism, and that's why we're seeing such great wealth disparities between like the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, right? Like it's literally, this is a normal thing, that the way that capitalism functions, but America just put it on hyperdrive.
Yeah, but then again, the European Union, for example, it very much regulates all those things. Basically, we don't. Yeah, you want to say?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I hear you, but look, I'm gonna move on. I mean, I think that I appreciate you having a conversation with me, but I do want to move on to some other debates and keep moving forward. But I appreciate you coming up, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute you. Thank you for at least having that exchange with me, and I get your perspective as far as where you're coming from. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, have a good one. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I know I got a bunch of thank yous that I have to get through, and I will get to those in a moment. But if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Also, make sure you are sharing the story to your sharing the live to your stories and sharing it to the FYP. You don't need to share it to a bunch of people. Like, that's not beneficial to the live. But if you share it to your stories and share it to your FYP, then that'll boost the live and push it out to other people's FYP. All right. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. America's become a joke. And the reason why we're a global joke is because of capitalism. It's because Republicans and Democrats are afraid of democratic socialists. It's because white people are embracing white supremacy. It's about the global power. The United States of America needs to reduce its military in a multitude of ways. And last but not least, Christianity. Christianity has been putting the world in a cocaine clutch in a multitude of ways, and people will weaponize the Bible. Christians have a tendency of weaponizing their religion. And these are the reasons we continue to be a global joke. So if you actually disagree with any of those things, go ahead and request up. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you like to debate me, guess what? You do not have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and it will bring you right up. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and drop that link in the comment section. Go ahead and hit that request. Go ahead and hit that request. Debbie's in the chat for Waves Green, who resubscribed for 3 months and then also sent out a community subscription over on Twitch. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 7 share bits to say tell him I choose the effing bear. Oh, talking about the other guy. Yep. Debbie's in the chat for Kelly for the 5 share bits to say smashes through the window, face plant into the throwing pockets full of glitter. Good mystical Monday, cuties and beauties. Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful day. Remember your daily dose of hydration and snackies. Now stay amazing and cook these donuts. Swan dives through the door, crashing downstairs, explodes into glitter. Boom. Dub's in the chat as well for Cool Cat for the 1 share bit that says we need a crash in sticker. Yeah, the guy was just like fucking wild. He couldn't even get off the schneid. So I don't know. Let's see here. W's in the chat. Hey, thank you so much, Tina. W's in the chat for Stephanie. I think that's how you pronounce Stephanie for the $5 donation, saying long time watcher during my day job. Keep it up. Enjoy listening and learning. Stephanie, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you so freaking much. W's in the chat as well for Rebel. Hey, Rebel for the $1 donation, saying always like the feminine pass. Always. Oh, I get it. Yep. Always ultra. I get it. W's in the chat for Jalen for the $1. Hey, Jalen, who sent a $1 donation, said, just had to show you a little love. Thanks for having me on late nights last week. It was a pleasure to share my experience. Good luck with today's live. Thank you so much, Jalen. And I'm happy that you were able to actually be a part of what we did last week. You're awesome. W's in the chat as well for Xavier. Xavier sent a $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, today's my birthday. Happy birthday, Xavier. And it's unfortunately raining all day. You know what? Listen, sometimes you got to dance in the rain. Just grab an umbrella. So I can't do much today, but I'm glad I can spend it watching your streams. Make sure you do something nice for yourself. Seriously, Jalen. I mean, I understand. I'm sorry, Xavier. I understand what you're saying, but please do something nice for yourself at least. Deb's in the chat for Jalen for the $1 donation saying, what's up? Wait, what's good, bro? Struggling out for the last couple of weeks. What do you mean struggling out here? Oh, you mean for the last couple of weeks, but always happy to catch your stream. Our MAGA Monday's back. First guy was a total slob and embarrassment to his clan. So haha, much love. Yeah, I'm just hoping they don't do this all day. Like, I'm just hoping that it's like not an all day thing. Like, seriously. W's in the chat for Adam for the $2 donation. And it's my 26th birthday. Happy birthday, Adam. Happy birthday. Thank you for giving me something to, I'm assuming you mean watch while I take a chill day and play some games. Get on the sticks. You know it. W's in the chat for Josh for the $10 donation saying, locked in and learning daily with Santana. Listen, we're here. W's in the chat for Ren for the $2 donation saying, what chapter of the 1619 project are you on? I'm in Kaplan. I finished the whole book. I'm done with the 1619 project. I'm actually almost done with the rediscovery of America, Native people, and unmasking of U.S. history. I'm with the rediscovery of America. I'm on chapter 11. I'm on chapter 11, and it has 12 chapters. So I'm almost done with this book as well. Gotta catch up, Ren. Gotta catch up. And last but not least, guys, fucking W's in the chat for Chewy. Chewy sent a $50 donation. Fucking W's in the chat for Chewy. Chewy said for dealing with this asshat. He was horrible. Fucking horrible, Chewy. W's in the chat for all the donos. Again, guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Please, 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 please. Thank you, Chewy. Also, look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notification. So you know when we go live all the time. Go live all the time. A couple of things that I want to talk about while we wait to. Let's see. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh, I thought you was the MAGA. I was finna debate you.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe you, but yeah, no, I'm not the MAGA. Even if I was, you couldn't debate me. You couldn't debate me anyway. No. A couple of things that I want to actually, he said he wish, what are you talking about? A couple of things I want to talk about while we wait for someone to actually get the courage to come up for a debate. And FYI, boxes are open. First and foremost, we got to talk about what's happening within the Democratic Party. This is interesting. This is interesting. And now, while I will say this is indicative of the Democratic Party, it's not exclusive. Democrats are looking for guidance on Israel. Hakeem Jeffries isn't giving any at the moment. So for those who may or may not know, there is a clear divide within Congress. I'm not even going to say the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. It's just Congress, because there's a subsection of Republicans who don't support Israel and don't support funding Israel. But there's a growing louder drumbeat from the Democratic side as a whole to openly reject supporting Israel, right? Now, Thomas Massey just introduced a new piece of legislation that will cut all fundings to Israel. I don't know how far that'll go because, you know, pay to play. But regardless, there's Hakeem Jeffries is not taking a strong stance. And we can talk about like, you know, what happened in the 2024 presidential election. We could talk about the fact that Joe Biden like lied. He broke his promise to voters. Joe Biden told voters that he was going to be a one-term president. He said that he was going to be a transitional president, and we were expecting him to pass the torch. But, you know, when he got into power, he did what most people do who get into power, which is say, well, actually, I need to hang on to power longer. Like that was a problem, right? So we can talk about Joe Biden lying. We can talk about the fact that Kamala Harris only had 107 days. We can talk about one of the biggest factors, which is misogynoir, right? The fact that white men openly were threatened by the idea of having a black woman in the highest position in the land. But the one thing that we cannot deny, is that Kamala Harris openly did not distance and reject what was happening with Israel. The genocide that was happening in Gaza, that is happening still in Gaza, Kamala Harris never took a firm stand and said that's not a thing. Right? I'm sorry, like not a thing, but like saying we won't fuck with it. The funniest thing is, right? So I read Bob Woodward's book, War. And in Bob Woodward's book, for anyone who may not know, Bob Woodward is an investigative journalist. He is the person that broke the story on Watergate. He's been throughout government and all this other stuff, right? And so he wrote the book War, which covered the time lapse from the end of the Trump first administration, all of the Biden administration, and then leading into the second Trump administration, right? And something that he covered when it came to Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Kamala Harris apparently was hated by Bibi Netanyahu and Israel officials because she openly told them in private that, oh, this is a genocide. You guys need to stop, da 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 da. So I understand the premise as far as like party lines and how this works and da 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 da. But if Kamala Harris would have taken the same stance in private that they're saying that she was taking in public, that would have shifted the actual narrative. That would have changed things. And yes, I know the Democratic Party came out afterwards and they did like an autopsy of the 2024 presidential election and said, oh, we should have actually just rejected Israel. But if Kamala Harris would have had the bravery to, if she had those convictions in private, to have those convictions in public, I think we would be living in a different situation. Because the actual slivers of where she lost these swing states were massively affected by people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris because they couldn't get behind what was happening in Israel or voted third party. Now, the people that say, oh, I voted for Donald Trump because of that, like, fuck you, you're a fucking idiot. Like, that's different than someone say, I disagree with the people who are like, well, I voted for Jill Stein. I voted for Cornel West. You're just like, you're a bunch of fucking Bible thumpers. You just want to say that you're better than other people, but whatever. But people that actually voted for Donald Trump, come on now, fuck out of here. I digress. So the fact that this has been something that has plagued the Democratic Party and literally cost them the 2024 presidential election. And now the story is because the whole thing is Democratic socialists are starting to catch steam. And so there is the Democratic socialists are openly and loudly rejecting Israel. Right. And so the premise is that the establishment Democrats are still quiet and hush hush when it comes to Israel, because, people love to talk about what is it? Fucking is it AIPAC? AIPAC. Yeah, people like to talk about AIPAC. But there's a multitude of Jewish lobbyists and super PACs that funnel money into the actual pockets of these politicians. And so that's why you see there's such a split with these establishment Democrats and the Dem Sox who are making massive headways. And I'll say this. This is a litmus test. This is a litmus test not only for like Democrats, but politicians as a whole. The United States of America has absolutely been hand in hand, side by side, upholding and uplifting Israel. And it's emboldened and empowered Israel. And regardless if people think that, oh, it's the dog wagging the tail or the tail wagging the dog, whichever way that we may or may not be, regardless of who is controlling who, the one thing that we have to openly admit is the shit is out of hand and we gotta fucking stop. It's out of hand and we gotta stop. And if you can't just outright reject what Israel is doing, then you're the problem and you will be gone. That's just the facts. That's literally just the facts. So I don't know what they're doing, but they better get that shit together because, yeah, not a good look. Not a good look. Ooh, another thing that I want to talk to you guys about. You guys see this morning? Did you guys? Did anybody see what China did? Anybody see what China did this morning? You guys paying attention to China? China tests long-range ballistic missile in the Pacific, angering neighbors. China test fired a long-range ballistic missile with a dummy warhead in the Pacific Ocean on Monday, the first such launch in almost 2 years, prompting alarmed countries to criticize the move as destabilizing. Governments in the region were warned of the launch shortly beforehand. The overt display of China's fast expanding military capabilities threatened to further fan a defense buildup around the Pacific in the midst of the axis of, about the strengthening of the United States commitment to the region. It's about Taiwan. China still wants Taiwan. The United States of America is led by a buffoon, and just like Russia has been taking their shot, just like Israel has been taking their shot, I think China's going to take their shot. Yeah. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Candy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I think that was a mistake. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read this out. I don't know if this person is loading over on YouTube. Oh, yeah, see, I don't know if it looks like they loaded back in. Okay, and it's still showing there on the screen. Give me a second here. I don't know if this is going to load. Like, I don't even know which one it is now, because now it's showing two. It's showing two of the JIP. Is this the right one? Because it's showing up as two JIP. Are you there? Yeah, something just happened and just like completely dropped out. JIP, can you hear me? Over on YouTube, JIP, can you hear me? Okay, gonna go ahead and remove you. If you can hear me, there may have been just an actual issue with you loading in. You can try back again. It looks like there's something happening with your loading. I don't even know if you're fully loading in now. JIP, can you hear me? It's like it's trying to load you in with your camera or something, but like you're not fully loading in. This happens when people have issues with their Wi-Fi connection. I'm going to go ahead and remove you. You can try requesting back up, but obviously there's something happening where you're unable to get in. It's over on YouTube. It's over on YouTube. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Share the live. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Guess not. Guess not. They do have that Trump Wi-Fi. They do. They do. W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, when do you rest? All the time. I take naps. W's in the chat for Rebel for the $5 donation. Happy National Air Traffic Control Day and National Fried Chicken Day. Fried chicken is too dangerous for me to cook. What's your favorite feast? What's your favorite fast food fried chicken? I don't know. I like Korean fried chicken though. Like Korean fried chicken is really good. So, you know. Anyway, guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and the links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. If you take a look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. Can we knock out the daily gift goal right now? It's the little finger hearts. Can we please knock out the finger hearts? That'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Now, I want to keep continue with the conversation until we can actually, hopefully get someone in here. But again, the big thing is that China, it was literally a display of strength with China, right? Them going and shooting off ballistic missiles into the Pacific was absolutely a statement, and it's a statement that can't be ignored. Now, the issue is that we have an idiot running our country. Donald Trump is an absolute buffoon. And since Donald Trump is an absolute buffoon, he is only going to make things worse. Period. I have no trust that Donald Trump will make anything better in this situation. So there's that. To shift gears, I kind of want to take it back here for a second, and I want to talk about like the DemSocs, Democratic Socialists, right? This has been something where people have overwhelmingly shifted towards that direction of wanting, you said communism will make things worse. Oh, you think so, David? Come tell me about it, Bub. I don't care what you're saying in the comment section. Boom, just muted you. I can't send you a request because your requests are off. If you think communism will make things worse, then come talk to me about it. You're not gonna request up? Yeah, you're not gonna get in the box? Doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I want to shift gears for like half a second, right? And I want to talk about like how the Democratic Socialists have been making the shift, right? And I think the fact that Zohran Mamdani in New York has not only been able to, like, not only did he win the election to become mayor, but Zohran Mamdani has been putting belt to ass ever since he actually took office. Is that all Republicans have? Their favorite word is communism? Yeah. They don't even know what communism is either, though. But Zohran Mamdani has been putting belt to ass ever since he got in office. And he's been fulfilling promises that has gave people hope. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, debate me on abortion.
Why?
Because why would you like allow the murder of like innocent children?
One, you're like super quiet. Like I don't know what's happening with your mic.
I said, why would you allow the murder of children?
No, I don't need you to repeat it. I mean, I heard what you said when you said. I'm just saying your mic is like really quiet. Can you not speak louder, or do you have it turned down, or what's happening?
I can speak louder.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. That's not you. That was me. I apologize. I forgot that I turned my volume down. I'm sorry. All right, say something else for me.
I was saying I could speak louder, but if you turn
No. It was me. I forgot that I turned my volume down. All right. Okay. And just for to verify, because you sound young, I just want to make sure. For TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh, what year were you born?
07.
Okay, that's cool with me. And you want to debate me on abortion?
Yeah.
And you said, why would you allow murder of babies?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to double check, just a couple of quick things. Are you a woman?
No.
No. Okay. How many uteruses do you have?
17. No, I have 0.
17? Okay.
I have 0. This argument's gonna be really bad as it pertains like axiological claims. There's not gonna come.
I'm not making any arguments. I just have questions. I'm a little confused. Okay. I think you think we're actually debating. I just have questions.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So you're a man. You have no uteruses. I'm also a man, and I have no uterus either, no uteri. So, like, I don't see the benefit in two men who don't have uteri actually debating abortion when neither one of us have actual skin in the game.
I think as it pertains like axiological claims, the only thing
I don't care about axiological claims. I care about actual real world practicality.
Yeah.
So, and question: how many kids do you have?
I have 0. I'm 19, bro.
You're 19. You have 0 kids. You got no uterus, and you want another man to debate you on abortion.
Yeah, bro. Like it's like once again, you're saying this is real world.
No,
like axiological claims can be applied in normative pragmatics.
The answer is no. I won't because it's stupid. But I will debate you on something else. I got an idea. So just to verify, why do you think abortion is bad?
Because it's just going to be schmurder if the argument follows.
Okay, so you think it's murder. Fine, cool. Where do you root your morals? Is it religion, constitution? What's the premise of it being murder?
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna assume like ethical naturalism and say like moral facts are gonna discover both logic and reasoning.
Okay, just because you think you're the smartest person in the room.
No, bro. I don't. Santana, I actually like you, bro. I literally.
That's fine. I mean, but can you answer the question directly? Is it like is it rooted in like your religion, the Bible? Like what are we doing?
I'm Christian, but I can give secular arguments. Like that's not like entirely where I root my morality.
I don't care about a quote unquote secular argument. I'm just trying to understand what positions you to believe that abortion is murder.
Yeah, it's just gonna be the argument follows, bro.
You keep saying that, but that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, so if the argument follows, if the argument is true, then abortion's going to be schmurder.
That still doesn't answer the question. I know you think you are answering the question, but you're not answering the question.
I am, bro.
You're really not. I know, listen, in your Discord, that may seems like it's like answering the question, but like in real life, that's not answering the question. So the question is, one more time, what dictates that abortion is murder to you?
The argument I presented being true.
You haven't presented an argument. That's why the statement doesn't. Like, this is stupid. I'm so serious. Again, this is not even a trick question. I promise you, this is not a trick question.
I believe that this is
not a trick question. Literally, this is. Hey, listen to me. This is not a trick question. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not trying to Phil bro you right now. This is just a question. This is literally just a question.
Santana, I believe the argument to be true. If the argument is true, then it is true that abortion is murder.
If there were an option to institute a nationwide abortion ban, would you agree with it? Not saying that you have to vote for it or do anything, but if it was instituted,
I would agree with that.
You wouldn't. Why not?
I'm agnostic on abortion. I don't think we should ban them. I think women should have access to them.
You're fucking stupid. And not only are you fucking stupid, but first and foremost, the reason why I don't debate Phil bros on abortion is because they consistently want to debate things that have nothing to do with them. The only reason they feel comfortable debating abortion or transgender people or anything like that is because it does not affect them. And that's fucking gross. But outside of that, if you can't even answer a basic fucking question, then there's no point. And then for you to turn around and say, I don't actually care about abortion. I think people should have access to it. Oh, you got to go find someone else to play with. I don't know, maybe go join a Roblox Discord server or go watch Teletubbies. Is Teletubbies still a thing? Do they still have Teletubbies? Yeah, if they still have Teletubbies, go watch Teletubbies or some shit. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. You're 19, bro. Stop trying to debate women's right to bodily autonomy. That's fucking weird. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
Hey, what's up, Santana? No, I'm not a Trump supporter. I kind of do disagree with one of the topics, but I watch your live a lot. You try to pronounce my name, you can never get it right, but it's all good.
You're also breaking up a little bit. It was showing that you had like bars for a moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. You said you kind of disagree with one of the points on the background. Which point on the background do you kind of disagree with?
I wouldn't even say I disagree fully. I guess what I'm trying to pick at is with the Christians weaponize the Bible. Mm-hmm. I would argue that. Can you hear me or am I breaking up?
It cut out for half a second, but I can still hear you. You're good. You can keep going.
A little bit. Okay, yeah. I would only argue that I would say white nationalism has like destroyed Christianity, and it makes, people weaponize the Bible in certain points. But I wouldn't say those who follow the faith, those who stick to the moral compass, that I would say aligns with most people, just treating people how you treat them. But I don't know about like Christians in general, if that makes sense. With history, with whites and, using the Bible for, chattel slavery, crusades, I would agree with that fully.
Well, and see, like that's the issue, right? I mean, there's no way that you can actually separate white nationalism or, the way that it's been weaponized throughout the history to perpetuate violence, to spread harm, and to force other people who are not white into the religion. You can't separate that and say like, oh, like today it's only the people that's doing the bad thing. Like throughout the history of the world, not just the US, but the world, Christianity has literally been weaponized to enslave, to force people into thinking or believing or acting a certain way, like justify for killing people. Like it's a whole thing. And so like it more so like if people lived by the principles of the teaching, I would agree with you. But people don't live by the teachings. They much rather like use it to justify the things that they want to do. And that's the weaponization of it.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, even those, what do they call them? Those Israelites, I guess those,
the black Israelites,
the brothers that, they like to perpetuate their own, their interpretation of the Bible. Mm-hmm. So I feel like, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, just as a black person, I feel like if we're going to like a majority, I go off the, crusades, white nationalism. Yeah. But as far, I mean, I agree. Yeah. I just wanted to kind of see what you, No,
all good. I appreciate you coming up.
Okay, appreciate you, man. And by the way, it's Chugs. I try to like every time I send
Chugs.
You something, Chugs. Every time I try to say you something in PayPal, I just try to let you know. But I appreciate you what you do, bro.
I be fucking up. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Now you good. You good.
I appreciate you. Have a good one.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We're going to try to get Andy in here. Andy has been loading in and out a couple of times. I don't know if there's something. I need to check the link to make sure it's good. But like now it's showing the same thing with Andy. Andy, are you there? Andy, can you hear me? Can one of my mods, if you can you try to join over on YouTube just to see, like, I don't know if there's something going on with YouTube as a whole or it's the link or whatever, but for some reason, like people aren't fully loading in, and I don't know if it's their Wi-Fi or something, because there's two people that have tried to do that, and we've come to the same conclusion. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Please, 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 please. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, guys, take a look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live all the time. Please and thank you. Let's see here. All right. Hey, Feisty. So you loaded in with no issues.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. All right. And just Devin, I see you loaded in with no issues as well. Yeah. So it must just be them and their Wi-Fi. I think it's just them and their Wi-Fi. There's Tess. So like my mods are loading in and they're not dropping out. I think it's just a them issue. It's probably their Wi-Fi. Get better Wi-Fi, Trump supporters. You deserve better. At least with your Wi-Fi, you deserve better. Anywho, we're going to keep it moving. So something that I want to actually, like I had this in the chamber a while ago, right? And now this is something that, like I really want to bring to the forefront because it's more and more and more. Why didn't you answer when I called in? I'm a Trump supporter. Stop it, Solid. Stop it. Something that has been at the forefront is the attack on democratic socialists as a whole and the response from other people. And the one person who has all the smoke is my candidate for the 2028 presidential election, right? The person, if I have to put, it says Andy second attempt. Let's try. I don't know if you'll load. It kind of looks like you're loading in. Andy, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Andy, there you are. Hi. How are you, Andy?
Hi, I'm good.
Okay.
I agree with most of what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I probably agree with more than we even realize.
Mm-hmm.
But the topic I believe is, it says capitalism doesn't compare to socialism, but democratic socialism is a higher form of capitalism, is it not? When you have Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, these are all capitalist countries that have adopted democratic socialism.
Mm-hmm. So I'm confused.
So I guess we agree.
Yeah, I'm confused as far as what that means.
Well, but but in that sense, doesn't it compare to capitalism in the sense that it is a higher form of it?
No,
I guess.
because while there are countries that actually engage with like socialist policies with social safety nets, there's a huge difference between socialism and those social safety nets. So I'm talking about actual socialism and adjacently communism.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, and I'm DSA all the way, by the way. So just that's awesome. I was kind of confused because I was under the impression that it is a form of capitalism, but just like with better like social safety nets and just kind of like with a moral back end, basically.
I don't know if I would say moral. I mean, like I was talking to another guy about this, and I think it's more of an instance of death with 1,000 cuts versus like, seppuku.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Good conversation, by the way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I enjoyed the stream.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Think of it the chain. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for Democratic socialism. It's just a strategic approach to the question of revolutionary overthrow. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. I don't get that. Anyway, as far as like who I would like to see in the White House in 2028. 2028. AOC. That's my pick for 2028. And AOC has all the smoke for JD Vance.
JD Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that?
I mean, I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
So he's a Republican nominee? Yeah.
AOC says she wants all the smoke. All the smoke. All of it. The funny thing is, right, JD Vance would get mobbed in so many different ways. All the polling shows that the difference between pretty much every Democratic nominee versus JD Vance or Marco Rubio, like they're winning, right? And the bigger point of this being is that if we have to go with a quote unquote Democrat, right, it may as well be the one that's furthest left. Now, I know a lot of people don't really fuck with AOC or Zoran Mandani or the whole Democratic Socialist movement, blah, blah, blah. I get it. But if we're going to have someone in power, I would prefer to be someone as left as possible, right? Because at the very least, I would like to see not only improvements to social safety nets, but strengthening and creation of social safety nets. I don't know if this person's going to load. I don't think this person's going to load. You said if we want to, if we want the right to join in, I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to join, hit the request button. I don't know what you mean with that. But I digress. Right? AOC absolutely wants to smoke. Right? No, absolutely not. Like, no AOC and Bernie Sanders. At first, I was kind of like, I was there. But then Bernie Sanders is just way too old. He's just way too old. I wouldn't mind having him in the cabinet, but he's just way too old. Hi, Chris. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
I am a Trump supporter. Yes, Santana.
Okay. Chris, would you like to tell me why today, July 6, 2026, you still support Donald Timothy Trump? Or is there something specific on the background that you like to talk about?
Well, it's Donald John Trump.
It's Timothy.
Well, we can use misinformation if we like.
No. His mama named him Jimothy. I'm going to call him Jimothy.
All right,
anyway,
fair
go
enough.
ahead.
You can have your fun. The reason I support Donald Trump is because he has been consistent in building the stock market and the tech industry, specifically investing 10% of the net worth of Intel from American funds. He's built my portfolio and taken me from somebody who works a part-time job to 100,000-aire.
I don't think that's a thing, but go ahead.
Okay.
100,000-aire? I don't think that's the thing. Anyway, go ahead.
It's kind of, a portmanteau, I haven't made $1 million yet, but I've made 100 grand.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm very happy with the results he's done, with him telling us he's going to invest in the tech industry. We get to do it. And it's been very successful. And I don't know if you were watching. Well, you probably weren't. You've been live streaming. But he just gave a speech, and he's talking about his Trump accounts for kids born nowadays, giving them $1,000 to grow up with, let mature in the market for 18 years, and they can start successful lives. I mean, aren't those good things he's done?
I guess, but I don't want to interrupt. Is there anything else? I was taking notes. I'm listening, but I was taking notes. In there anything else that you want to actually mention?
No, I will start with that as my platform.
Okay. So the stock market, investments in tech, and Trump account. Right. And the overall premise for the stock market and investments, that's solely a you thing. And then the Trump accounts is the thing that you're saying that's like good. Right.
Correct. Yes. The only a me thing is because I assume the question is, why do I support Trump? And then to broaden the base,
and just FYI, it's not why do you, it's how, it's not why do you, it's how can you still support him?
Fair enough. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess my first answer is personal enrichment. My second answer is his current effort to support generational wealth.
Okay. And so I guess the first portion, this is going to help me understand is if we need to actually even go down this logic train. But would you say, are you willing to negate the overwhelming harm that he's caused to everyday Americans because of your personal gains?
To be fair, I've felt the pinch of gas costs more and all that. And my wealth is in the stock market. I'm still paycheck to paycheck, and I can't buy as many groceries as I used to. But can we say that that's his fault, or is it still the remnants of COVID? Or
no, it's not. But also, that's not the question. The question is, are you saying that you're willing to support him because of your personal gains, even though there's overwhelming harm to everyday Americans?
Well, you know what? I guess I can only say that, yes, that's a true statement, even though I feel it's an amoral statement.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about morals. Your morals are subjective. I just want to know which route am I going with this conversation. So the personal gains outweighs the actual current status of the majority for you, right?
I have to take that position.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. And so I guess the question I have when it comes to like the stock markets and what you have or have not been able to do with the investments in tech, I think that's a little bit of a hyperbolic statement because the United States government hasn't done anything as far as overall investment in tech. Hell, if you even want to talk about investments, the actual thing that gave the groundwork and has been able to be expanded on was the infrastructure. I'm sorry, not the infrastructure bill, but the Chips and Science Act, right? I mean, that was like something
and that was a good thing that Biden did.
Mm-hmm. And now
I can give a point to the other team.
Right. And so, yeah, the Biden administration passing that and then the Trump administration leaning into it has overwhelmingly been a positive thing. But the question I have is when did you start investing?
It would have been, well, it was during COVID.
Okay.
So 2020.
Okay. So that means that you've been investing since Biden took office, and then there started to be like massive upticks. You've been investing since Trump has taken over, and there's been crashes and gains and crashes and gains.
The Biden administration stayed mostly even. It wasn't really until the.
I'm sorry, I understand what you're saying because I was still in the middle of the sentence.
Sorry,
but I was saying, and so you've also been in place where the Trump administration, where there's been massive spikes and crashes. So I guess the question I have is understanding how the stock market is trended, right? And even just looking at the overall, and I mean, maybe your portfolio is different. I don't know what's in your portfolio, but looking at the whole of the market trends were better under Biden versus what they've been under Trump because they've been so unstable. Right, there's been massive.
But aren't we at an all-time high on the Nasdaq, the SPY, and the Dow?
I don't know. Are we?
I believe we are. Yes.
I I don't know if we are or not. I mean, because we keep having massive crashes. That's the point that I'm making. There's been multiple times. I think
say
like
crashes, but you mean just down days?
No, I'm gonna finish my sentence.
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you. That I will stop doing that.
Multiple crashes in the stock market that's led to $1 trillion wipeouts in multiple days. So like that's overwhelmingly impactful. But let me see here.
Are you still in your sentence, or can I talk while you're Googling?
It's fine. I'm pulling up the current. Which one do you want to look at? The S&P 500, or do we want to look at the Dow? What do you want us to look at? Which one are you saying is at the all-time high right now?
Go with NASDAQ. The Qs, QQQ.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's open this up. No, we're not at an all-time high. Hell, we're not even at an all-time high for this. This actual.
How far are we from the all-time high?
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the. I apologize. I retract that statement. I'm looking at the. I was looking at the actual day. All-time high. We are currently right now we're at 26,165.13. But it looks like June 1st, as of right now, within the last year, from June 2026 to June 2025. Or no, this is year to date. Let me look at the last year. Sorry. Yeah, June 1st. This is our peak. This is our peak. So it's June 1st, and there's been multiple massive dips the prior to and then after. But if you look at the trend as far as like how it's trended and where it went, yeah, of course you could talk about COVID, but when it started off at the or where we were at the end of the Biden administration, which was 2025. If you take a look at what it's done since then, and let me put this on the screen so you can see it, because it may be better to visualize it. 1 second here. All right. So if you see how it's trending throughout the Biden administration, where there's been overall steady increases, right? And it was steadily ticking up. And even though there were some drop-offs at times, it was still trending up.
Okay, so I don't see the dates on what you're showing me. Is that
I'm
the
sorry,
start to
because
end of the Biden administration?
Hold on 1 second, because I made it bigger so you can see it like that, but then I did. Oh, give me 1 second. Sorry. All right. Let's start here. So you can see that how it's trending through, and this is all going through the Biden administration. And then when we get to here, this is the Trump administration, right?
Yep. And there was a big
I'm going to
dip.
do this 1 second here so you can see this. All right. So from the time of the Trump administration, there's been massive drops.
Yeah,
right?
There
And
was a big, massive drop
increased.
right after he got elected.
No, this wasn't right after he got elected in January. There's a massive drop in April because he implemented those tariffs, right? That was Liberation Day.
Okay. And what does it do from there?
Yeah, it's trended back up, but then we see a multitude of times
where it was before.
Yeah, I'm making a point, but you gotta let me finish speaking. There's multiple times where, so you see here in like January of 2026, it started trending down, hit March, and then it's trended back up. And then even now from May, it's like bounced back and forth, right? So the point that I'm trying to get to, right, is not only have we seen, yes, we've seen all-time high in the stock market, but the actual trend that the stock market was on prior to Donald Trump taking over is a better trend than with Donald Trump being in office. The point that I'm making is the stock market was projected to continue to grow without these dips. You see this? These dips that are here, like they were actually projected to continue to grow without these dips. So if Donald Trump wouldn't have made the actual decision to implement tariffs and to continue to have bad economic policy, then we wouldn't see these drop-offs, and the stock market would actually be performing much better than it currently is. So the overall point that I'm trying to make is, while I agree with you, like, yes, the stock market is in a good place today, and the stock market isn't indicative of the overall well-being and health of everyday Americans, Donald Trump hasn't actually benefited you in the way that like another presidency would have actually benefited you in the stock market.
Well, can I give my counter argument?
Sure.
Donald Trump announced in advance he was going to do tariffs. He told us he was going to make the stock market hurt. He said those words. He said there was going to be a decline in the market. So you sell, you wait for the decline to happen, which I did. It declined. You buy back in. He tells you when it's coming. When you have leaders like Nancy Pelosi who are doing all their insider trading, they keep it to themselves. Trump does his insider trading, but he shares it with the rest of us.
That's not true. That's literally not true. Just because Donald Trump has a habit of having a mic in front of him and just talking doesn't mean that he's actually tipping people off. That's not true. That's literally not true. No, he didn't. He didn't. Just because he says something and you sit and say, well, I'm going to sell and then I'm going to wait. That's not him tipping. Tipping people off is what's been happening with this actual, mysterious poly market better that has like a 90% something hit rate as far as bets when it comes to the Trump administration and the things that they've been doing. That's tipping someone off. Tipping someone opening up a short for billions of dollars prior to Donald Trump announcing that the Liberation Day tariffs were going to be lifted so people can make $1 billion, and it comes back to being to the company that his son Barron Trump is on. That's tipping someone off. Tipping someone off is letting people like Marjorie Taylor Greene know that, like, hey, this thing is getting ready to happen. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene is able to make $30 million off of the actual policies of the presidency. That's tipping someone off. You hearing Donald Trump say, oh, you guys are going to be hurting for a while, short-term pain for long-term gain, that's not tipping you off. Like, now, if you are intuitive and you take that as like, oh, that's a tip, sure, but that's not tipping you off.
I'm not able to pull up stuff on my screen for you, but it was 2 months before Intel doubled in price. Because I bought in at 60, it's currently sitting above 130.
Okay.
Or at hovering near 130. I think it's a little bit below, but that's okay. I sold covered calls on it. Anyway, he said Intel went up.
Okay.
I mean, that's just a specific example.
Yeah, but you do understand that the presidents can move markets, but they're not supposed to do that.
They totally can.
Yeah, no, I said they can move markets, but they're not supposed to do that. You do understand that, right? You do understand that the president taking a direct approach and specifically calling out
talking about emoluments?
That too. I mean, but that's a little bit different because that's specifically speaking to like him getting those things directly. But the point that I'm being is saying it's market manipulation, knowing that the president of the United States has the ability to shift a market with their words, and then them actually using their words to shift the market. That's literally market manipulation.
Every president has always had that ability, and it's always happened. It's just happened behind closed doors until now.
Okay. I think yeah. Sure. How do you know that it's happened behind doors?
Bill Clinton with Whitewater.
What do you mean? What's Bill Clinton with Whitewater?
Are you aware of the Whitewater scandal? You're kind of young.
Not kind of young, but no. What's Bill Clinton with Whitewater?
It was an investment scandal. I actually don't remember the details because I'm kind of old. But it was a big issue about Bill Clinton manipulating the price of Whitewater.
This is from a 1970. This is a failed 1970s real estate investment. Also, there was no evidence found. There's no evidence found linking the Clintons to any criminal conduct with any of the actual businesses.
There's no evidence found that puts Donald Trump in prison.
What are you talking about? Who said anything about evidence putting Donald Trump in prison?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is politicians don't get evidence found against them. I mean, I'm not saying.
Yes, they do, but that's not like that hasn't been the point at all. Like literally, what you're saying has nothing to do with the point that I was making. But even with
you're
this,
correct. You're correct. I misinterpreted what
you were going to a whataboutism, and like I'm not even doing a whataboutism because the point that I'm making is that presidents have never openly actually put their thumb on the scale of the economy by calling out private entities,
FDR.
by calling out private entities
What
and
about
saying
the Great
that
New Deal?
What about it?
That's the president openly putting his thumb on the economy.
How so?
Creating jobs for people to dig ditches and then creating jobs for people to fill them in.
Can you tell me like that sounds like bullshit, but I'm willing to look at it. Can you tell me
thing that happened? FDR did it.
I'm going to finish my sentence. I'm going to finish my sentence, Chris.
Okay.
Like I said, that sounds like bullshit, but I'm willing to accept it. But the point that I want to know is, did FDR say specifically, hey, you guys should invest in this company because this company is going to take off? Like, that's the point that I'm getting to. Did he do that?
No, like I said, that's the difference between Trump and every president before is they all did it in secret.
Yeah, but you don't have proof. You're saying they're doing it in secret.
Okay,
it's all just a conspiracy theory if you can't prove it.
I can look at the fact that there's people like Nancy Pelosi out there who are making huge insider gains on the market and bills that they are in charge of. It has always been the case. I mean, like the Vanderbilts.
I think that you believe that this is a situation where I'm just saying like, oh, Trump bad because he's doing this. And I'm not saying that Trump is bad because he's doing this. I'm saying that this shouldn't be happening, period. It's not about Nancy Pelosi. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about the actual premise that the president of the United States of America, no matter if it's FDR, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, George Herbert Bush, it doesn't matter. There should never be an instance where the president of the United States of America is openly saying, buy this stock in this company because we're going to do X. That's literally affecting the free market. And you guys stand on capitalism so much. Like, that's not how capitalism works.
Making the market more free because he's at least telling us as opposed to doing it without telling us.
He's not telling you guys anything. Like him sitting there saying short-term pain, long-term gain is not saying this thing is happening with this.
Well, then I guess I don't understand your argument because short-term pain, long-term gain gave me a 10x.
Yeah. I don't care. Chris, I legitimately don't care. I legitimately don't care. And the reason why I don't necessarily care is because you don't care about other people. So I don't care about you and what you've been able to get. The point that I'm just trying to make, the point that I'm, the point that I'm just trying to, the point that I was just trying to, Chris, the point that the Chris, fucking Chris, the point that I was trying to make with any of this is just to show you that the trend lines under anyone else would have been more beneficial to your pockets than what they have been under Donald Trump. That's it. That's it. I don't care whether you. I literally can't hear what you're saying while I'm talking.
Go ahead.
I don't care whether or not you like him or think it's a benefit or any of this other shit. I'm just trying to show you that mathematically speaking, looking at historical trends prior to Donald Trump taking over, looking at the studies that have been completed about his economic policy and the effects of the tariffs, he's literally been worse for you than anyone else who did not take the exact same economic stance as him. And I'm not going to say you didn't make money. I'm just saying that you would have been more wealthy under a different president, but that's besides the point. Your point is today you still support him because you are, in your words earlier, a thousandaire. You're muted. I'll send you a request to come off mute.
I'm here.
Okay. Let's move on, because again, I think it's a moot point. It was just me trying to show you that you would have more money. The Trump accounts. Why do you think the Trump accounts are so beneficial?
All right. Because it's always wise to invest. Line goes up, even when there's those big old dips. I mean, the Great Recession happened.
We're talking
back
about
in
the Trump accounts.
I know. I'm talking about the Trump accounts. The Trump accounts are $1,000 to children born that they have an 18-year investment on. I mean, it's better than a life insurance policy. It gives them, every single kid, a chance to come out as an 18-year-old business owner. I mean, it's a solid investment, and the line goes up whether or not there's big dips, like you've pointed out. It still goes up over time. In 18 years, $1,000 is worth a lot of money.
So with the Trump account, just FYI, the way it works, you have to be eligible. So any U.S. citizen under the age of 18 with a valid Social Security number, babies born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028, right? So it's a short run on that. It's a one-time federal deposit of $1,000.
It's a good pilot.
I'm not sure why that was necessary when I'm just reading the facts. I don't care about your opinion. We're just reading the facts.
Okay, let's hear the facts.
Yeah, and unless you're interjecting with the fact, then keep your opinions to yourself until we get through the facts.
All right.
So like I said, it is between January 1st, 2025 through December the 31st, 2028. Let's see here. There are some possibilities for children that were born between 2016 to 2024, depending on their zip code, to qualify for a portion, but not the actual Trump account. It looks like the parents can contribute up to $5,000 annually per child. The investment it's locked into a low-cost, broadly diversified U.S. stock index. So they're going with the index fund with a strict cap of 10%. So 10% is the most that the $1,000 can make. I think that's
I was not aware of that. That is a harsh stipulation.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting.
No, you know what? You might have changed my mind on this one, because it would be better to invest on your own than to use an account that's capped at 10% annual.
Yeah. Withdrawals, you can't touch it until 18. Yeah.
I'll give you a win, Santana.
Okay, you don't have to give me a win. Just to finish this up, with withdrawals, it cannot be touched until 18, And then at 18, the account is converted into a traditional IRA. So then you go through whatever procedures or methods it is to withdraw from that
By the way,
IRA.
anybody out there listening, sorry to interrupt you there, Santana, but do get yourself an IRA if you don't have one. That's my only non-financial advisor or financial advice. People need to do that.
Chris, give me a second. I'm just gonna mute you for a moment. Just say thank you to a couple of people to catch up. W's in chat for Sarah for the $5 donation. I missed you too. Haven't been able to catch you alive in a while. I'm glad that you're here, Sarah. W's in the chat for Sarah. W's in the chat for Maggie for the $2 donation. Haven't seen you on seen your live on my FYP or following over a week. Same with Dina Parker. I have to go to your profile and see when you're live. WTF. Anyways, FDT. Yeah, he's absolutely him and his supporters are gross. Deb's in chat for Maggie. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. Deb's in chat for Tess for the $5 donation. For Chris, if you think Nancy Pelosi is bad with her trading, why did your party not vote for banning stock trading? Facts. Mike Johnson thinks that 174,000 isn't enough for lawmakers, and stocks are needed to supplement that. What are you talking about? Yeah, like I think there's so much to that, and I think we can get into it, but I'm gonna hold off for a second. W's in the chat for Joseph. What up, Joseph? Who sent a $10 donation saying the interruptions are crazy. You see that too, right, bro? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Jeez Louise. W's in the chat for Eugene. Hey, Eugene, who sent a $4.99 YouTube super chat to say the United States is responsible for the deaths of thousands of children. Facts. W's in the chat as well. Over on Twitch for Gravicore for the 5 chair bits to say, where do I read on objective stance on socialism? I get propagandized regarding pulled up and listen, I got an announcement coming. I'll just say that. I got an announcement coming, and I promise you it's going to be worth it. Just hold tight. Deb's in chat for Manders for the 1 chair bit to say, obviously, the plural of uterus is uteruses. Yep. That was in the chat for Manders for the 1 chair bit to say, do you think you will ever manage UBI, universal basic? I don't know. It would be awesome if we did, but I don't know. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Elite Gunner for resubscribing over on Twitch for 6 months. Let's fucking go, Elite Gunner. W's in the chat for Elite Gunner, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links here in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only 1 coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, including tapping the screen, sharing the live. All right, Chris, coming to you. I guess this is just the baseline question, just to kind of get perspective. Chris, is there anything that would be like a deal breaker for you? Because while I understand, your pockets, it would seem to me, right, the overwhelming amount of harm that has been caused by Donald Trump, his administration, and what he's done in a multitude of ways would supersede any type of financial benefit that you would receive. The point that I was making prior to this is that, like, literally your pockets would have been fine without Donald Trump. And like, I don't think that even with the fact that you've made money, I don't think that's reason to justify still supporting him with the over amount of harm that he's doing today. So is there anything outside of yourself that would be a deal breaker for you where you would stop supporting him, even though it's good for your pockets?
Well, to be fair, I think about me and my family.
Mm-hmm.
That's my biggest concern. Second biggest concern is my neighbors, and third biggest concern is my fellow Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard for me to say that as long as the line keeps going up, that there's anything that could turn me from him. I don't care about.
Hey, Chris, what state do you live in?
Indiana. I'm in a blue spot in a red state, and I'm in a small red dot in a blue spot in a red state.
Okay, so do you live in Indianapolis?
Don't want to dox myself.
No, I mean, like, do you live in a rural area or a city?
Suburb.
Right, but is it technically a rural area or like a city area? Like how?
Again, I don't want to dox myself, sir.
No. That's not doxing yourself.
Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of
how about this?
people
How
on
about
the
this?
internet.
Question for you. On average, how would you say? How long would it take for you to get to a hospital from where you live?
Walking distance.
Okay, is that the same situation for you and all of your family?
My extended family that lives across the country?
No, I mean the people that you said you care about you and your family first.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's true.
Okay. Okay. And what is your family makeup? The one that you care about, not the extended family.
Again, I'm not going to dox myself. These are personal
Bro,
questions.
this is not doxing. You literally are telling me that the only way that you will no longer support him is if he did something that would affect you and your family. Like that's your number one priority. So in order for me to see if there's any symmetry breaker, I have to actually see what their makeup looks like so we can have this conversation. Outside of that, I'm just going to call you a selfish piece of shit and move on.
The answer to your question.
I don't care that you have young children. The thing I'm looking for, yes, I have kids. They go to school or they live on their own. They're married. Like I have a wife. Like generally speaking, with your family, I don't need to know your wife's name, where she works, or anything like that. I just need to understand the makeup dynamic of your family that you say you care about.
Yep, I've got 2 young kids that are the most important thing in the world.
Okay, so, and I'm assuming they're still in school.
Correct.
Okay, do they attend public school?
They do.
Okay, perfect. Does your wife work?
She does.
Okay. Approximately how old are you two?
We're on our 40s.
Why
are you asking for all these questions that people just need to Google and they can find who I am? What the fuck?
Fuck off, Chris. Get the fuck out of here. I literally just told you the only thing that you care about is you and your fucking family. So I said, I'm trying to get an understanding of your family makeup so we can continue this actual conversation. Outside of that, it's just me saying that you're a selfish piece of shit. So if you don't want to talk about your family makeup, the thing that actually is at the top of why you still support Trump, then I don't know what to fucking do besides call you a selfish piece of shit because you don't care about other people. Fuck out of here. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for a debate. These people be so fucking important in their own heads. Like they swear that everybody for some reason is looking for them. People are so fucking important in their own head. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
That's what I need. So,
Carlos, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
You are so on attack, trying to hurt other people. Thanks.
I don't think they meant to request up. W's in chat for Toasty for the $5 super chat to say, Carl gets upset when you say he doesn't care about people, but then chooses money every time. Make it make sense. Like fucking facts. Fucking facts. What are we doing? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Lucas. Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
Santana, keep it up, bro. You can get me.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that, guys. Please respect the boundaries of the live. Like that's not beneficial. Please don't do that. I love you guys, but like, please don't do that. You can put comments in the comment section. If you got a message, you can try to get to a mod. You can even send in a donation and I'll, read it out. But please, please, please don't do that. Like respect the boundaries of the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, but can I ask you a question?
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Please, please, please respect the boundaries of the live. I appreciate the hell out of you guys, but please respect the boundaries of the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I love you. Hi.
I'm literally blocking you. Like, I'm literally blocking you. Like, no bullshit. I'm literally blocking you. I don't know if you guys think that's funny or if I'm playing some type of game, but I don't find that endearing. I don't think that's funny. I don't think it's cool. And I don't appreciate it. I appreciate like my boundaries being respected more than you saying like, oh, I love you. Like, seriously, if I'm sitting here saying don't do that, then please just respect my boundaries. What are we doing? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm white and I'm better than you. Yes, I'm white and I'm better than you. I just want to let you know.
Okay. I don't think so. Are you in the shower? Are you in the shower?
I'm washing my dog.
It sounds like you're in the shower. Are you taking a shower while watching me? That's weird. Why are you all bubbled and suds up watching me? Are you really rubbing your body while watching me right now?
I'm watching my dog.
No, I don't believe that. You're like, that's a little weird. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Like, maybe don't join a live while you're like touching yourself. That's weird. I don't consent. I don't consent. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Holly for the $5 donation saying, took my pocket worm to see Disclosure Day this morning. Best alien movie I've seen in a while. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Again, guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we got 2 people in the request and the options are bad or worse. The options are bad or worse. And since the options are bad or worse, I will let you guys make the decision about who we bring up. Do we bring up bad or do we bring up worse? And I'll let you guys make that decision. Give me a second here. Da, 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 da. Oh, hold on. Looks like you have a new challenger. If they're not a troll, more than likely. Oh, they left. I was about to say more than likely they're a troll. All right, give me a second. Where'd it go? I just had, oh, there it is. Boom. All right. So for people looking at the screen, these are the 2 options. We got Kev, which Kev don't know shit. And then we got Red. Red is Fun and Games 2.0. Both of them suck. Both of them suck, honestly. This is what we're going to do because I need to run to the bathroom really quick and I don't know which one to do. So I'm going to, let's hit this the song and you guys spam it in the chat. And when I come back, whichever one is spamming and saying that, oh, that's the person, then that's who we're going to go with. So give me a second. As a matter of fact, let's do this because we haven't heard this in a while.
Brunch with my creator, yeah. We're just having some fun. Relax, Sharing the moments when the cameras are done. The real you, real love, no filter, no show. Seat at a table, let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see? Yeah, it's the human side of the screen. Grab a plate, take a sip, and let's unwind. Tell me what's really on your mind. Beyond the likes and the crazy trends, what's the story you don't post to your friends? No scripts, no filters, just you. What makes you laugh, what you've been through. The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows. We talk it all before the moment goes. No spotlight stress, just your real side. No highlight reel, just the truth inside. What's the dream you keep tucked away? What keeps you grounded at the end of the day? See, this ain't for the clout or the fame. It's for the soul behind the name. So come on in, let the people see the human like you and me.
Forget taking the vote. Y'all put them peach emojis in the chat. Get them peach emojis up, y'all. We don't care about the we want the peaches. We want the bananas.
At a table, let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see? Yeah, it's the human side of the screen. Yeah. We laugh about the comments, the wild DMs. Talk about the real when the screen goes dim. What keeps you strong when the pressure's high? How do you heal when the love runs dry? What's your why? What keeps you moving still? What's the joy the algorithm can't kill? The wins, the losses, the lessons learned, and the moments where your spirit burned. Then we open the floor.
I just want to know which mod went rogue.
Hey man,
who did it? Who did it?
Hey man, it was actually it was Kev. It was real Kev that did it.
Hey, Solid. Did you request up because you wanted to talk to Red?
I don't care either one. I'm just hanging out, man.
You know what? Since the mods went rogue and the chat went rogue as well, you don't get Kev. You don't get Red. You guys get Dad Bod and Soup or Salad. You get Dad Bod too. That's what you get, chat. That's what you get. That's what you guys get for going rogue. No. Don't cry. Don't cry now.
Oh,
he's here.
Man. Come
no,
on.
Fuck that. No, he's here. You guys should not have. You guys should have not. You went rogue, and you guys made decisions, and decisions have consequences. Yes, Dad Bod was banned until January the 1st. I'm sorry, till July the 1st. It is now July the 6th. So there's that. Dad Bod.
But that's not fair.
Is there something on the background you disagree with?
Hold on, give me a second. Sure, capitalism doesn't compare to socialism.
Solid. This is yours.
And you want socialism too? Oh man. All right. Okay, Kev. What's
You mean Dad Bod? This isn't Kev. This is Dad Bod.
Sorry. Wishful thinking. What do you know about socialism there, Dad Bod?
Well, I know that we have elements of socialism here in our country currently, but there are different forms of socialism based off of your perspective, whether it be Marxism, his understanding of Karl Marx's understanding of socialism. It just really depends on what you think socialism is. My personal opinion might differ from yours.
No, actually, there is no difference in opinion. Socialism is what socialism is.
I think that one could agree to disagree on that one because, again, based off of your perspective, you could look at certain elements of socialism and say that it's a net positive. There are others that could look at socialism and say it's a net negative, depending on where you're comparing it based off of the demographic that it's being compared to. Let's just say, for example, Vietnam. Some would say is a successful country, even though technically it's a communist country, but it's run off of socialism, right? So you could look at that, or someone else could say, well, that's not really a success story because Vietnam, technically is communist, and they could bring out all of the negative aspects or elements of what communism is too, specifically talking about people's rights and things like that. So again, I think it really depends on your perspective as to what you think is, good or not.
Literally, no. I asked you a very simple question. Like we're talking about what socialism is. Are we not?
Correct, but again, it depends on your understanding of what socialism is.
Yeah, based on my understanding of socialism, socialism is only one thing. It's a thing.
Okay, so what would your understanding of socialism be then?
Just to clarify, do you need me to tell you what socialism is?
No, I want to know what your understanding and what your thought process as to what socialism is and why you're for it.
Holy moly.
Just to be clear, the reason why this is happening to not only Solid, but also to the chat is because you have to punish people when they go rogue. And you guys collectively made a decision spearheaded by Solid and the mod that let them up to collectively go rogue. And so now you guys have to deal with this. Solid, engage. What is your definition of socialism?
Socialism is a market system under which the workers own the means of production and produce for the purpose of need.
Okay, you and I would agree with that then. So why do you think that socialism is better than capitalism?
It gives the workers more power to defend themselves. Why do you think that's why do you think capitalism is better?
Because I think that socialism ultimately, if you look at it from a perspective of equality or equal outcomes, I think that ultimately it takes away the incentivization of individuals to actually innovate. And that's not good for society long term. It also gives government too much power, in my personal opinion.
Nope, it would put all the power in the hands of the workers. So those are both criticisms of capitalism.
No, that's not necessarily true either. Because if you look at it from a perspective of if you have an equal outcome, let's just say for socialism, for example, and you are doing the same exact job that I'm doing, we work at the same factory. At the end of the day, you work harder than I do. However, the outcome is still the same. How am I incentivized to want to work harder? Or how are you incentivized, to want to work harder if the outcome is exactly the same? You're taking away people's ability to want to do better.
The outcome isn't the same.
If you're arguing for socialism as far as from an equal outcome perspective, then yes,
so here's what we're going to have to do, right? Because if I allow this to continue, there's just going to be this like rattling off of misconceptions of what socialism is and how socialism works. And most of the things you've said are literally just criticisms of capitalism. For example, the stomping out of innovation, that is a function of capitalism. Let's say today I build a self-charging battery, right? How long do you think it'll take before I'm assassinated?
I'm sorry, what you cut out on that last part. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, if I build a self-charging battery today, how long do you think it'll take before I'm assassinated?
Why would you be under the assumption that that would occur just because of historically that happened in the past? Is that what you're saying?
Because a self-charging battery brought to market would destabilize several industries.
Sure, I agree with that. I think that I'm pretty sure historically that's happened before.
But that's capitalism.
Not exactly, not entirely. No, that would be just greed. That's the biggest element that I think most people that are for socialism don't understand or they choose to ignore is that humans by nature.
So we're pivoting away from the innovation thing. We're gonna.
No, I'm not pivoting at all. I'm just saying you would have to look at it from a perspective of taking greed out of humanity, and that's just never going to happen, regardless of whether or not you have
we are pivoting
socialism.
away from innovation.
No, because again, you're going into innovation.
We were talking about innovation. Now you want to talk about greed. So we are pivoting away from innovation.
No, I'm not pivoting away from innovation. I'm saying you're
okay. So then let's talk about the fact that hold on. So do you want corporations to cede their business to something that would render them obsolete?
Not necessarily, no, because again, I think that would take away from people.
Wait, but so then that's not greed.
Hello?
How is that not greed?
Well, you said it would take away from people.
Based off of capitalism.
That's altruism.
Right, but based off of capitalism, you're going to have an element of greed, but the same metric is going to apply if you have socialism as well. That's why I said that if you have a socialist, let's just say country, for example, like Vietnam.
From innovation still?
No, I'm not, man. I'm trying to conflate those two. I'm trying to show you how
you're trying
greed
to conflate
is an
those
element.
two?
Yeah, I'm trying to show you how greed is a multiplier, or actually does have correlation with socialism and capitalism. I'm not trying to pivot away from anything.
Incorrect.
It does.
Incorrect.
Why? Why not? Why do you do that?
Because greed is not a natural human condition. Greed is actually encouraged by capitalism. Because the motivation for production and under capitalism is profit. Were there no profit, there would be no businesses. That promotes the greed. That promotes the stomping out of innovation. So, listen.
I don't know if I agree with that. Kev, I would love to hear from you, Kev. Do you agree with Solid?
About what?
What are you saying?
He's in the chat.
No.
Tell him why, Kev.
Well, I didn't really hear what he said. I'm kind of busy a little, but I didn't even come up here to talk about capitalism.
Did Dad Bod run?
I'm soloing, chat.
Get the fuck back up here, Dad Bod.
And I actually beat Super Solid
Red.
in a debate yesterday.
Go ahead, then, Red.
I came up here because I'm a Trump supporter, and I want to speak on one of the reasons I support Trump, because and the Democrats, they say, oh, you can self-identify. I identify as a good white man. I'm a white man from now on, and that's how I want to be addressed as a good white man, and I want y'all to know I'm a white man. So the Democrats, if they feel like you can a boy can be addressed as a woman, I want to be addressed as a white man.
I want to go on record for a second. I'm going to mute all three of you for just a moment. I just want to go on record and say, chat, you guys did this shit to yourself. This is literally your fault, right? FYI, this is your fault.
This is light work.
Yeah, Red, knock off the fucking transphobia and stick to all the other bullshit. Anyway, Solid, you got it.
Yeah, I'll solo all of this shit. Trans women are women. Race doesn't work the same way as gender. You simply don't know what you're talking about. Rel Kev had a tracking issue yesterday. He has a comprehension
Bro, I beat
issue.
you in the debate.
No, you didn't beat me in the debate.
Yeah, I did. You don't know what racism means. You couldn't tell me the definition.
Excuse me. You broke my faith in the American
and you rage quit. You quit the line.
Hold on 1 second, Kev. Since there is three of you, you guys can't talk over Solid. Like you guys got it's three of you, so you guys can't just steamroll Solid. Anyway, go ahead.
You broke my faith in the American public education system. That's what happened. That's why I ended the live. I was so sad that you were having such a tough time that I had to end the live. You literally made me sad. I don't get sad. I debate on all the time. You literally made me sad because of your ineptitude. I was heartbroken.
You were heartbroken because I beat you so bad, you rage quit the live.
That's
basically what happened.
Tell yourself that, bud. Write that down in your diary.
It's
but
true.
Now I'm going to demonstrate. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to demonstrate it for the chat now. Racism is the structuring and maintenance of a hierarchy based on the superficial physical characteristics that society deems important. Prove me wrong.
That's not the accurate definition everyone agrees upon.
And I bet you Dad Bod can prove you wrong.
About what?
About race and racism. Dad Bod is great with debating race and racism.
Yeah, I'm not here to talk about that right now. I'm here to talk about socialism and capitalism.
Yeah, we're not even here to talk about that, by the way. So can we talk about the specific topics?
Of what that is.
No. I'm going to demonstrate for the chat why you broke my heart. So listen, what is the definition that everybody agrees upon?
Any race can be racist due to discrimination, prejudice, or
see what I mean, chat?
Hatred.
You see what I mean, chat?
That's an accurate definition. Everyone agrees.
What dictionary did that come from? What dictionary did that come from?
The Princeton dictionary that It's just the
Princeton dictionary.
It's just the accurate definition everyone agrees upon.
Webster says that racism is the belief in racial superiority, and that one race is superior to another.
Yep, and that means anyone can be racist.
Wait. That's not the same definition as Princeton.
Fun and games is
okay, and everyone agrees upon.
And then Kev is like
that overall idea.
Intellectual.
You said that everybody agrees on one definition. Then you gave me Princeton.
Everyone agrees upon the overall idea.
Everybody, they do. Okay.
Well, what is a racial slur? What is a racial slur?
Stop talking.
Yep.
Stop.
What is a racial slur, buddy?
What is a racial slur?
Don't pivot. My definition encompasses both of those
Everybody
definitions.
can be racist.
My definition encompasses
anyone can
both
be
of those
racist, buddy. Come on.
definitions. My definition encompasses both of those definitions. Both of y'all lock in or you lose.
You lost. If you want to make up this idea of racism, then you're wrong.
Lock
no
in.
one
When you
agrees.
call me a cracker, is that a racial slur? When you call me a cracker, is that a racial slur?
No.
Me being a good white
Yes, it
man.
is.
No.
That's not a
No,
racial
it's not.
slur?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, what about a chink?
It means you're a
Whoa. What the fuck, Kev?
I'm saying racial slurs.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
like fucking stop. You donut, stop.
So,
by the way, I'm Asian. I
Someone a
don't know what you're
racial
talking about.
slur,
I don't give a
is that not racism? Is that not racism?
No.
Why would you call it a racial slur then? If it's not racism?
I don't call it a racial slur because it's not. You dingleberry.
So when someone calls a black guy, if I call a black guy Nigger, is that a racial slur?
No, you're black.
No, I'm a white guy.
No, you're not.
You call me? No, yes, I am a white guy.
No, you're not. Prove it.
I identify as a white man.
That doesn't matter.
So I don't understand you Democrats. A boy can identify as a man, right? I mean,
Not
as
a
a woman,
Democrat.
right?
Not a Democrat. I identify as a communist. Hey, what I need you to do is I need you to lock in. My definition encompasses your definition.
And you guys are
Disprove my
crying over me
definition.
giving an example of a racial slur
Disprove my definition.
against Asians.
Disprove my
What is your
definition.
definition? What is your definition?
The structuring and maintenance of a hierarchy based on race.
No, a racial slur is called a racial slur. That means it stems from racism, right?
Fun and games
So
loses because he can't trap. Let's get back to
If you
Kev.
call me a cracker, then you're
Yeah.
being racist. If
Then
I
I'm
call
calling you a
if-
brokey. Cracker means
well, I got
brokey.
more money than you. No,
No, you don't.
cracker is a
Cracker
racial slur.
means broke. Cracker means
is a
broke.
racial slur.
Cracker means broke.
All right, everybody, take a quick. Whoa. Well, everybody, take a quick
I'm
breather.
soloing. I'm
Time
soloing.
out. All right, take a quick breather. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, no, not dad bod. Yep, dad bod. W's in the chat for Hannah for the $1 donation saying, I didn't even go rogue. I'm being punished. This is cruel and unusual punishment and a war crime. Guess what? It got better. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $1 donation saying, creative people don't need capitalism to create. Facts. W's in the chat as well for Joe for the $5 donation saying, capitalism equals greed. That's how you get the world's first trillionaire going into our elected government and killing a program which led to the death of 14 million people, or will lead to the death of 14 million people by 2030. Facts. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, let Kev and Red debate each other. That would be not mind numbing. Fucking not mind numbing. W's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Please keep tapping the screen, share the live, get the likes up. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to. We've been on live now for like 2.5 hours, and we're only at about 300,000 likes. We should be like at least 700,000 likes. Tap the screen. Exactly. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. Last but not least, make sure that we're showing Solid some love. Make sure that we're gifting Solid. Make sure that we're hitting the follow button. Please show Solid some love. And Solid, back to you, Kev, and also Red. make sure you guys, like, I don't care if you two talk over each other, but just don't talk over Solid. And Dad Bod, you know, you can mix it up in there with them if you want.
I would like to respond first and foremost to Super. Based off of your understanding of what you think racism is and your definition of racism, I think you and I both could agree that, you know, there are certain definitions that change over time, correct? Because our language is constantly evolving. Do you agree with that, Super?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're on the same page. So based off of that, then, if we both understand and agree that we can change definitions over time, then how can we say one definition is correct over another definition just based off of your understanding of it?
We can't. That's why I have a proprietary definition, so I can encompass them all and talk about the function of racism. You see, the problem is using definitions to base our understanding of racism off of is elementary. It's not for the informed. Instead, what we should be doing is studying how racism works within society. That's the aim of the conversation in general. People get bogged down on the definition because they have no wherewithal of how racism actually functions.
Okay, cool. I can agree with that. So then based off of your understanding of racism and your encompassing based off of the two definitions that have already been said on this panel, do you agree that racism is prevalent currently in today's times? And if you say yes, do you think it's specific only to one race?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, so why do you think it's specific to one race? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, because of racial stratification, because of dialectical materialism, historical materialism, because of structural functionalism.
Okay, cool. So let's just say then, for example, based off of just that, what you just said, do you also agree, or can you agree that, you know, individuals can be racist based off of words that they say, or no?
Nope. Individuals can further the hierarchy using language and performing cultural norms.
Okay, so then a racial slur doesn't necessarily mean that you are a racist, correct?
Nope.
Okay, let me ask you this. If a black man, there's a black man that got a business and he didn't hire me because I'm a white guy, is that
No.
racism? Huh? So if a white guy doesn't hire, if a white guy doesn't hire a black guy,
yes,
because that's racism. That don't make sense. That don't make sense, bro. You
maybe
just,
not to you, but you don't know how stuff works. So
you just saying shit. So if a black dude say he don't want to hire no white people just because they white,
no,
he don't care how qualified, he not racist. That's not racist.
So
yeah, it is.
That is racist, by the way.
Yeah, that's
what
right.
he's saying.
It is not.
Hold on, guys.
That's discrimination.
Hold on, guys. Let me interject. I'm not trying to defend anyone here, but based off, you guys have to understand that based off of Super's understanding of what his perspective of racism is, that actually does apply. It's applicable. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying what he says. Like, you got to understand where his logic is. So what he's saying, it is indefensible because that's his logic.
So here's the deal. If you can prove to me that racism is not hierarchical, does not permeate every institution we have, and does not stratify and disadvantage non-white groups, then I will concede.
Actually, let's do this really quickly. Hold on. I had a sound for this. God damn it. Really quickly, W's in the chat for W's in chat for Danella. Danella sent a $1 donation saying, I don't like you for this panel. Listen, you may not like me for this panel, but what I will say is you guys did it to yourself. I ain't got nothing else to do with this. Like, literally, that's what happens when we go rogue. But the one thing that I will say is when we know better, we do better, right? When we know better, we do better. And when we do better, we can be better. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, nope, Jared, nope, absolutely not. Absolutely not. W's in the chat for Jared for the one, though. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat, I will read that out. Hey, chat. Question for you.
Hello. Do you want to play a game?
You guys want to play a game? You guys want to play a game? All right, this is what we're gonna do. I feel good. All right, so for people who don't know, Solid is doing a movie, right? Super Solid. He's doing a movie, and the movie that he's doing is to highlight the voices of the Black members of the 2nd 16th Battalion. It's the actual legendary battalion that stormed the beach of Normandy. He was a part of the battalion, not the storming of Normandy. He's old, but not that old. But he was a part of the troop, and while there's much known about the 2nd 16th Battalion, there's little known about the Black voices that were actually a part of the battalion. So he's doing a documentary. He's doing our movie. And he's raising the total amount that he's looking to raise is $25,000, right? So far, he's been able to raise to the GoFundMe $17,165, right? And click the link in his link tree. It's in my link tree. It's in Ari's link tree. It's everywhere. Go over, and if you can donate anything directly to his link tree to go to the movie, it would be amazing, because it will give these Black people who had to experience racism while also being a quote unquote hero for fighting for their country. This will give them a voice, and this will be something that we can all share in. So please, if you can spare anything, $1, $2, $5, $10, go directly to the GoFundMe. And like I said, it's in the link tree, in my link tree, and his link tree. Donate there. Let's get this $25,000 so we can make the movie, right? But the game that I want to play, we do this, boop, boop, boop. It's a BOGO kick fun. Now, this is how it's going to work, right? With this BOGO kick fun, since we have 3 people up here that's debating Solid, and with these 3 people that are debating Solid, we're only going to do a kick fun for 2 of them. I'm going to let you guys debate and chat. If you want 2 of them gone, then you have to hit the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Sorry, YouTube, it has to go through the pay links. We're going to make a donation, that $300 donation, towards Solid and his movie. So when you guys send it over, we'll donate directly to the movie, and you'll be able to see it. I'll post the receipts, but you can also see when we do it. But 2 people will get kicked. Now, for Dad Bod, Red, Kev, the person that gets to stay is going to be dependent on Solid. So I'm going to let Solid continue to debate all 3 of you until the kick fund is up. And then at the end of the kick fund, Solid's going to decide who he wants to continue to debate. And you other 2 jabronis got to go. So make sure you put up your best argument. Guys, it starts now. $300 to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana Speaks for You. Exile.
And I believe
Hey, can
Donald
we switch
Trump
the
is
topic?
making America great again, and he's making America great again because he's cleaning up all the stuff that Obama messed up and Biden messed up. And, you know, I just have a problem with Democrats because I'm starting to see, especially men, Democrats, Black men, Democrats, even both Black and white men, Democrats. I believe that they have they gotta be LGBT because, and the reason why I'm saying this is because they in favor of giving little kids hormone shots to turn.
Hey, Red, didn't I say knock off the transphobia shit? I literally said knock that off, Red. I'm not playing. Fucking stop, or it's gonna turn into a permaban for you. Don't do that shit again.
Hey, Solid. I do agree with what you said as far as the hierarchy system is concerned. However, I don't think that's specific to race. And I'd like to know why you think it is specific to one certain race. And then also, what would your thought process be on biracial marriages? Do you think that like someone, let's just say like myself, I'm in a biracial marriage, would that make me racist because I'm still, you know, my melanin levels are lighter than my wife's melanin levels?
Okie dokie. So there are several hierarchies. That's why we have intersectionality, so we can examine those hierarchies. First hierarchy is the specific hierarchy we're talking about right now is race. As far as interracial marriages go, I don't give a damn. I really could give less of a fuck. I think that people should be safe in their marriages. And if your inability to deconstruct race and deconstruct how harmful you are as a person higher up in a racial hierarchy makes your partner unsafe, then you should dissolve the relationship. But if you're safe for each other and you're loving each other, I could give less than two shits.
So would you be for or against same race marriages?
I just gave you my answer.
Well, yeah, but you're saying you don't really care, but let's just say based off of what you just said, if like biracial marriage, if I was based on the hierarchy system that you believe that we have, if it's causing harm to my spouse, you think by your understanding and definition of what racism is and the hierarchy, I think should that just
adults should be able to consensually engage in whatever type of relationship they want to, as long as their partners are safe. That is the answer to your question.
Okay, cool. I'm down with that.
As FYI, we're up to 150 for the kick fund. So we are doing a BOGO, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. At the end of this, once we hit that $300 donation, we will be donating that money directly to Solid's for the documentary that he's filming, highlighting the voices of Black people of the 2nd 16th Battalion, the infantry battalion, the famous battalion that stormed the beach of Normandy. And then Solid will pick the two people that are, he's going to pick one person who's going to continue to debate, and the other two will be kicked. So if you would like to add to that, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. We're at 150 of the 230. Reg, you were saying something.
Oh no, I was looking on my truck. I was looking at something. I gotta make
the nuts are too low. Hey, so this is how this is gonna work. Yeah.
Quick question. So how many races are there?
What?
How many races are there? Like, how many different types of races are there?
The United States recognizes 5, but certain countries recognize more races.
Okay, cool. I agree with that. So based off of that then, and based off of the understanding of race in other countries recognizing more races, would you agree or disagree with the premise of, let's just say you have an individual that, let's just say, is religious and they only believe in one race, the human race. Would that be a fallacy to you or no?
Yeah, human race is just a moniker.
But based off of what, though?
It's a moniker based on the species classification of Homo sapiens sapien.
Okay, but again, that would depend on the person that you're talking to, right?
No. I mean, I could very well be talking to a person who's mistaken.
Yeah, but if we're again under the same assumption that things are changing as far as the definitions change, language changes, and certain countries recognize more races than others, then who's to say specifically that one is right over the other?
All right. So is lemur a species or a race?
Lemur as in the animal?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a well, I guess it depends. That's a good question. I guess it depends on how you look at it. I'd say species.
Okay. Human is a species. When we say human race, that's just a class. It's just a moniker. It's a nickname. However, I do agree that we're all human.
Okay, cool. I mean, I agree with that as well.
All right. Who else wants some?
It
Hey,
seems
can we
like
switch the topic?
It seems like the kick fund scared them off. It seems like they're being timid now. Which FYI,
Nobody's
chat,
already beat him in a debate.
we still have $145 left in the $300 BOGO kick fund. So once we hit that $300 amount, we will kick 2, and the 1 will get to stay. But we are currently at 165 with the 130. If you want to add to the kick fund, which we will be donating all 300 to Solid in the documentary that he's making, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the way to add to the actual kick fund to get 2 of the 3 slap nuts up out the paint. Kev, you were saying something.
I said, can we switch the topic?
To what?
Why?
Because no one came up here to talk about race.
What did you come up here to talk about, Kev?
U.S. Global power.
You want to talk about imperialism?
It's not imperialism. It's safety.
It's literally
World
imperialism.
safety.
Solid. He wants to talk about imperialism.
Okie dokie. How come we leave military bases in countries that we're no longer in conflict with?
We don't. We say them.
What did he say?
You know, there's
You see what I'm
military
saying? You
bases
see what I'm saying about
all around
tracking?
the world.
You see what I'm saying about tracking problems?
There's military bases all around the world, bro.
You see what I'm saying about tracking problems?
Mm-hmm.
What was the question I asked you?
Why do we leave military bases we are not at war with?
Oh, I see. There's the okay. Why do we maintain military bases in countries we're no longer in conflict with?
To keep overall safety around the regions.
We're not in conflict. What's safe about that?
Because USA runs as a world police.
Okay, is America Djibouti?
I don't know what that means, buddy.
Do you know where Djibouti is?
No.
High conflict area.
Is America Djibouti?
No.
Is America Haiti?
No.
Okay, so then that means that we don't. We're not
so you'd rather
organic
let
to
them
those
kill each other
nations.
than have a USA to?
Yeah, that's their business. Hey, here's
exactly,
the deal,
bro. We're not for world peace then.
Here's the problem here, right? We're not spreading world peace.
Yes, we are.
We're securing land for resources. We're securing security contracts. Did you know that defense contracts are 1/3 of our national budget?
You know, Iraq tried to invade Kuwait, and then they USA intervened and stopped that.
Sure, that's the same story I was told until I got there.
Well, what was the story that you were told, buddy? Come on, let's say it.
The story that I was told was that Al Qaeda was just hated us because we had a whole bunch of drip, because we had Ferraris and hip hop.
Dude, what are you talking about now?
That's the story I was told when I was in country, when I was busy defending my country. Right when you were watching what's a Bubble Guppies?
What year?
Right.
What year were you deployed?
07.
Okay, that's not the Kuwait War.
Yeah, 91 was Desert Storm, right? Yeah. I was told that we had to defend Kuwait, that we had to be over in Iraq to defend the nation's interest, right? To protect the country, right? Mm-hmm. Turns out they just were mad at us because we were fucking shit up. And I know we were fucking shit up because I personally had a hand in fucking shit up.
Is that why most of the Middle Eastern countries are better now than before?
What?
Is that why most of the Middle Eastern countries are better?
Is that why Iraq is doing better now than before?
Iraq is doing better. They're not under
substantiate that. Substantiate that.
They're not under a murderous regime.
Substantiate it.
What do you mean substantiate? It's more safe. People aren't dying over political violence.
Substantiate that. Much. Quantify it. Show me the numbers.
Overall statistics. Is it common knowledge? It's common knowledge.
I got to Baghdad. I got to Baghdad 4 years after we had removed Saddam Hussein. They still didn't have plumbing in my AO.
Okay,
they still didn't have clean drink. They still didn't have clean drinking water in my AO. If we were helping,
that doesn't change
winning
safety.
The hearts and minds. Excuse me. If we were helping and winning the hearts and minds, how come they didn't have a toilet to shit in?
That doesn't change safety.
Okay, so you're just running.
No, you're running. You're talking about.
You're running. Show me the numbers. You made a claim. The claim was that Iraq is now safer with our intervention than it was before our intervention. All right, now I want you to substantiate. Show me the numbers in safety over there. How many people are unaliving due to jihadist violence, militia violence? How many people are unaliving due to
All right, you want me to get the source?
Yeah, man.
Or you can talk to that about
fucking 10 years later.
All right, so Solid, while he's looking up that information, are you under the mindset that America should not put their hand in the cookie jar all over the world? Like basically they're policing too much? Okay,
yeah,
so cool.
Anybody who's a patriot should believe that.
Okay, cool. So I would partially agree with that, but also in the same breath, do you also think that us taking in immigrants just nilly-willy, specifically the Supreme Court ruling recently when it comes to birthright citizenship, are you okay with that too?
Yeah, I don't believe we've ever taken in. So the answer is no, but I don't think the answer is yes, but I don't think we ever have taken in immigrants willy-nilly.
Okay, so under birthright citizenship, though, you understand though that.
But I do think that as many immigrants as we can pack into this motherfucker, we should.
Okay, so based off of that, then why would you say that you don't agree that America or the United States of America specifically in this instance should put their hand in the cookie jar or police or act like they're the father of the world, yet they should take in immigrants just whenever they want to? That is in the same element being a father of the world.
Because the two aren't mutually exclusive.
Okay, I can understand where you would come to that conclusion. I just don't necessarily think
to go burn somebody else's house down and steal their windows than it is to accept people in whose house is burned down.
Okay. Were you, I'm assuming based off of your conversation that you just had, you're prior military?
Yeah.
Okay. Army or Marine or what?
Huh?
What branch?
Why would you curse at me like that?
I'm sorry, what? I said what branch?
Why would you curse at me? Why would you say a slur like that?
Okay, so obviously not Army. Okay, I gotcha. So,
I was Army. No, stop slurring me, please.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, it's kind of like the Navy and Marine joke. Gotcha. So have you been to Djibouti?
No.
Okay. So one of my friends who toured, he spent I think 2 months over there. He left Afghanistan and went to Djibouti for I want to say 2 or 3 months. And based off of the
yeah, boy.
W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Now, Solid. I know that. Sorry, there we go. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Solid. I know that I offered the BOGO and Red left, but Red is still here. More than likely, he got some type of call, and he wasn't able to come back up or whatever, like because he was out of app, and then he never accepted to come back up, or whatever the case may be. And then we've been going from there so he's still here. So Solid. If you'd had the opportunity to save one, who's it going to be?
I don't care. As long as I got permission to break the toy.
Oh, I don't care. But who are you going to keep?
Let's flip a coin. We'll say Red is heads. Give me a second.
FYI, guys, with the $300, we were able to raise a total of $319. $319. So W's in the chat for you guys. That $319 is going to be donated to the GoFundMe for the movie that Solid is doing. So we will be passing that along. I will be posting the receipts of the Discord, but you'll also be able to go to the GoFundMe and take a look. And even while we've been live, there's been some donations that have been sent to the GoFundMe as well, because the amount was, when we flipped over, was $17,165, and currently he is at There's been a total of 65 cents, so 230. So we'll be adding another 319 to that.
1738.
1738. I don't see the 8 yet, but yeah.
Yeah, it came back heads, so it's red.
So you would have kept red?
Yeah, I mean, I flipped a coin. I asked Siri to flip a coin for me.
Okay. All right. Well, this is what we'll do. We're going to get Kevin Dad up out the paint anyway. And, that way we will, if red for some reason comes back and you were going to continue to debate him anyway, then I guess, oh. There you go, Solid.
Okie dokie, Red, you remember your assignment?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Let me have it.
I just believe Donald Trump is making America great again. He's cleaning out he's cleaning out the swamp. He's bringing morals and standards back to America.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I do want you to know you failed.
America is a capitalistic society, and capitalism is good for America. It brings out the competitive spirit in people, and socialism leaves people uncompetitive, uncreative, and dull. They don't have to compete. It's like everybody wins. Everybody wins first place. Everybody wins. No, that's not competitive. That's like babying. That's coddling. That's what we call that coddling culture. Socialism is coddling culture. Capitalism is you get out there and you gotta be great. Socialism don't make you want to be great or have to be great. All you got to do is just be, and you can get along. So no, I don't agree with socialism. I'm pro-capitalism. Donald Trump is pro-capitalism, and I'm a good, great, brave white man that rides with Donald Trump, and I will ride with him until the end of the world.
Okay, you done?
Yes, sir. I'm done.
Okay, between socialism and capitalism, which one is able to operate on a point outside the production possibilities curve?
Say that again.
Between socialism and capitalism, which one is able to operate at a point outside the production possibilities curve?
That sounds like a complicated math equation. I didn't understand this shit. Break that shit down for me.
The production possibilities curve. It's the on a graph, it's the representation of how much we can produce given our materials. Between socialism and capitalism, which one can produce at a point outside of that curve?
Capitalism.
Oh, wrong. It was a trick question. No, it's literally impossible to produce at a point outside the production possibilities curve. Red, I want you to reconsider having a talk with me, bud.
Although I don't mind talking with you, but I mean, anybody, I can sit up here and make up some words and say, anybody can do that.
Yes, Solid. Anybody can just make up words and make themselves sound smart with words that they made up. Solid. Stop making up smart words, Solid.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, Solid. What month does the rabbit really lay the eggs?
April.
Ha! You stupid. Rabbit don't lay no eggs.
Just real quick.
Stupid.
Have you ever had a Cadbury egg?
I just showed you.
Have you ever had a Cadbury bunny egg?
Rabbits don't lay eggs. Period.
Have you ever had a Cadbury bunny egg?
No, rabbits don't lay eggs. Period. So okay. I just showed you that I can do the same shit that you could do.
Yeah,
that was
which
my
one?
point.
Okay, all right. Now do that with capitalism.
That hurt your heart, didn't it?
No, do it with capitalism.
I mean, it goes to show you got 15, 16-year-old kids getting rich in the United States right now.
Oh my God!
Off streaming. Like capitalism is great. That's what makes.
Name 20.
America great.
Red. Focus. Name
Okay,
20.
I'm listening.
Name 20 15-year-olds that got rich.
I can't name 5 that got rich off streaming, but it was a 15-year-old in my neighborhood that got rich off.
Wait, if there's so many of them, you should be able to name. You should name a bunch of them. So,
Devontae Davis.
That's one.
He got rich.
That's one.
In my old neighborhood, he got rich. About
19 more to go.
16, he was rich. But I'm not finna do that because that's pointless. And you can't sit here and have me. Yeah, it is pointless.
Listen, if it's so ubiquitous that 15-year-olds get rich under capitalism, you should be able to name a whole slew of them. So you got 19 more to go. Let's go.
I can't name. Listen, I probably can't name 20 rich people. Period. Because I don't. That's not something I sit around. Let me memorize all the rich people so I can say their name. Like what type of sense? What's the purpose of that?
Okay, so that was a useless point. All right, let's move on. Hey, listen, the nature of capitalism is exploitative to the worker because of profit. Do you know the equation for profit?
No, it's not exploitative to the worker. The worker.
Yes, it is exploitative to the worker.
No, it's not.
Do you know the equation for profit?
So, okay, do you have?
Do you know the equation for profit?
Do you have a job? I'm asking you a question, a serious question. Do you have a job?
I'm asking you a question.
Do you work for someone? So do you feel exploited because they built the business and hired you to help them build their business? Do you feel exploited because of that?
Yes.
Well, and it's your fault. That's why you sorry, you weak, you sit on your ass. That's why you in honor of socialism, because you want everything to be even.
Wait,
time out.
Flag on the play. Flag on the play.
You don't want someone. No, you don't want someone that can out-compete you.
You scared for me to tell you what was wrong with what you said. Now we just talking over each other. What I need you to do, all right, is fucking lock in. How am I sitting on my ass if I'm working?
You need to lock in. Because you telling me that you a lazy son of a
Hey, Red. Hey, Red. Hey, Red.
I didn't curse.
Hey, Red. No. Red, I know. I'm just saying, you can keep getting louder. That doesn't mean you're more right. Let's bring it down just a little bit. Okay?
It is, but he's trying to overtalk me, Santana, and I know I'm right because he's telling me he's exploited because he working for somebody. He needs to build his own business.
Red. All I'm saying is that you're super loud, bro. You're super loud.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna calm down. But my thing is, you need to build something. You need to use your imagination, your creative spirit, use your brain to make something where you can hire someone to help you build your dream instead of working for someone helping them build their dream. So don't get it wrong. We've all been there. I've worked for somebody before. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I know how to use my mind. I know how to say, hey, I can make money without depending on somebody to pay me a check. So no, and you need to do the same thing instead of just sitting back being mad.
Oh my God.
Socially, you really
nobody want this sermon, bro.
Yeah,
hey,
you're a hater, and you're a hater because you mad
just
somebody.
I'm about to let you keep droning on, but you got to shut up for a second so somebody.
All right, I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
All right, does that logic apply to everyone?
It applies to everybody.
Good, beautiful. You're a socialist.
What? I'm not finna play them games with you.
It's not a game.
I'm a capitalist. I'm telling you.
You think that everybody? Hold on. Let me lay it out. You think that everyone should be in ownership over their own work. You're a socialist.
He's going to look up the definition. While he does that, really quick, let me run through some of these thank yous. W's in the chat for Craft Weaver, who sent 50 for us to kick. Said for the movie. W's in the chat for Joseph, who sent 9701, who sent it said mostly because Solid deserves it, but also to shorten the time on the clock. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Chloe for the 3 towards the kick. W's in the chat for Sarah for the 5 towards the kick. W's in the chat for Shirley for the $10.04 for the kick. W's in the chat for Holly for the $15 said no more please, will behave. Let's see, W's in the chat for Joe for the 5 said generally the countries start to go south after U.S. involvement. Thank you for I'm assuming that I counted towards the kick. I don't know, whatever. W's in the chat for Joseph for the 4851 ad and said, wow, Kev really doesn't know shit. I said, like, no bullshit. And when I let him up on Parker's stream last night, I told Parker that before I dropped. And then as Parker was debating him and Parker kicked him, and I text Parker word for word, I said, I told you Kev don't know shit. Anyway, W's in the chat for James for adding another 4850. Said, can't wait to see the final production. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Patricia for the 5 for the kick said, damn, first time Red is quiet. Dad bod agrees with everything. And Kev isn't being confrontational. Yeah, they literally locked the fuck in all at the same time. W's in the chat. This is after the actual kick, but JD sent a $10 donation. Sorry, it's not much. But for you and Solid, PS Solid, look up a need fulfilled. A play by Arthur Reese and a professor there about a real life experience of black nurses in World War II who were made to treat the German POWs. Have you heard of that, Solid?
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. W's in the chat for Terry, who sent 10 for the kick. W's in the chat for Roxy, who sent 5 for the kick. W's in the chat for Ari, who sent 1 for the kick. W's in the chat for Richard, who sent 20 for the kick. W's in the chat for Karen, who sent 60 for the kick, said for Solid. And this one just came in. W's in the chat for Anthony for the 1. He said he'd be loud AF at his local Quick Trip. Yeah. W's in the chat for Manders for the 6, and which Manders said, let's send 325 to Solid for the movie. Thank you for the cooking. Thank you for the cooking demonstration, Professor. Absolutely. So yeah, the total added up to, it was 319, but after Mander sent that 6 is 325 that we're going to be donating to to Solid's movie. I'm going to post that. You'll see it on the GoFundMe, and you'll also be able to see that in the Discord. So there's that. And also, FY, W's in the chat for None, who just sent a $2 donation and just said, None paid you. All right, W's in the chat for that. Also, over on YouTube, W's in the chat for RS Dragon for the $5 super chat. Say, love your streams. Recently, I joined DSA, and I'm learning a lot regarding George Orwell and watching you and Parker keep up the good work. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for the Taffy Bot for sending out a YouTube subscription. W's in the chat for Gay Uncles. What up, Gay Uncles, who sent a $19.99 super chat to say, thank you for even teaching me. I realize being gay is a minority, but I also see the discrimination when people presume that I'm straight. You're my strength. You're my strengthening, and my argument is defending everyone. Absolutely, we need to make sure that we're protecting everyone. W's in the chat for all the donos. Like I said, I will be sending that payment over, posting it in Discord, but you can also go directly to the GoFundMe and see that. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 500,000 likes. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 135 new followers on the stream. I would love to get over 200 new followers for this stream. So please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Make sure we're showing Solid some love. Make sure we're following Solid. Do all the wonderful things. Solid, the floor is yours. You and Red, yeah.
Can I say something real quick, Solid, before you start, please?
Go ahead, man.
If you add, I say this with all my heart, and I believe this with all my heart, and I mean this, like, socialists, I believe y'all are the lazy people that's sitting back. Y'all mad because somebody else took it upon themselves to build something that's profit.
Hey, W's in the chat for Michael. I'm sorry, Michelle. Michelle sent a $25. I'm sorry, Michael. Holy smokes, not Michelle. W's in the chat for Michelle. W's in the chat for Michael, who sent a $25 donation. And Red, Michael said this, not me. Shut your BA up. That's what Michael
All right,
said.
hey, with Santana, don't cut me off again. Next time you cut me off, I'm gonna drop you, Santana.
I'm just letting you know. Listen, wait. I'm just telling you. Like, he sent me that donation to specifically tell you that. I had to interrupt. It's not personal, but if they send something specifically to interrupt to tell you, I have to do it. That wasn't even me. I was just following the directions of the TikTok live. So if people send something directly to the pay link to say to you in real time, then I have to do it. So I mean, that's it. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out.
But I mean this with all my heart. Y'all the people that feel like y'all get slighted by society because y'all don't have nothing to show for life.
I hear you. Hey, what if I told you that socialism is all about hard work?
No, it's about a handout.
No,
it's about a handout. That's what I would say.
It's literally not.
Handout.
It's literally
because all y'all.
Socialism is
why are
all
you
about
mad that you work for someone?
Why
are you mad that
so
you
here's
work
the deal.
for someone?
Here's how this works, okay? Socialism is about the worker doing meaningful work. There's far too many people working, doing stuff just to be doing stuff, and then not being paid what they should be paid for the amount of work that they put in. Did you know that the lower class works an average of 1.5 hours more than anybody else? Did you know that? Go ahead.
I didn't say nothing. Go ahead. I didn't say nothing.
I was talking to Santana.
Oh no, I didn't say anything. You guys can go.
So socialism is literally about having autonomy. That's all. Not being beholden to a boss and literally reaping what you sow. It's not. So these lies, these Red Scare propaganda lies that people yuck up about socialism, where they go like, oh, well, it's just about lazy, jealous people. They're jealous and they're lazy because somebody else has a whole bunch of money and they don't have a whole bunch of money. Well, the problem isn't that somebody else has a whole bunch of money and they don't have a whole bunch of money. The problem is people are working and not being paid in proportion to their work. That's the issue. Right? People are busting their ass and not being paid in proportion to how
Dub's in the chat for Sarah for the $1 donation. Sarah said, you just to interrupt him again. I'm sorry, Red. That's what Sarah said.
Hey, well, don't you think they need
W's in the chat for Rebel who sent a $5 donation, said, please interrupt him with D's nuts. I got you, D's nuts. Sorry, Red. That's just what they said.
Hey, but it's okay because I understand that these are the people, the wretched people that feel like they've been slighted in society. They're broke. Their backs are broken.
Dubs in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation said that she meant to interrupt Immaculate Uncle Ruckus. She called you Immaculate Uncle Ruckus.
Oh, I'm a white man. I can't be an Uncle Ruckus. I told you I identify as white.
I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to.
But I want to
transphobia. But here's the problem.
Wait, what did he say? Did he do that shit again, Solid?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just said I identify as white.
He did the attack helicopter meme. That's all. I just want to say this: if the problem was as easily fixed as going to go find another employer, people would never end up with the shitty employer in the first place. Every employer is a shitty employer.
Yep. Deb's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, hey, Red, I grew up surrounded by the wealthy. Their grandfathers may have worked hard, but they sure as hell didn't. I never resented them. But what I do is resent the myth that rich people have earned what they have. That's a big assumption. Massive fucking assumption. That was in chat for Chelsea for the $1 donation. Chelsea, we've already we dropped him because he wouldn't stop like the shit. But also, I'm not going to say that. Cut it out. That was in the chat for Rocky for the $2 donation. I hate the people are just lazy. That's why we need capitalism argument. What do you think humans are doing for thousands of years before capitalism? Facts. Dubs in chats for all the donos, guys. I appreciate the hell out of you. Really quickly on Twitch, let me just get caught up over here as well. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the one cheer bits. Chris is a selfish prick who doesn't realize how many Americans have nothing saved up. Facts. Grab course in a two cheer bits. Say, Ms. Santana, you owe me a One Piece debate. What? Get in the box. Squabble. Well, not right now, but yeah, at some point. Debbie's in chat for Manders for the one. Throwing tomatoes. W Twitch for throwing tomatoes at Dadbot. Yeah, he sucks. W's in the chat for Manders for the one. Chair bit to say your understanding of social independence on your understanding of socialism. Yeah, that's the argument. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one. Chair bit to say no, not Red and Dadbot. Both of them suck. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one chair bit to say I was at work. I did nothing. You did. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit to say I don't know why you chose violence today, but I'm here for it. Facts. That was in chat for Cool Cat for the one chair bit to say, yeah, let them know, let them question everything. That was in chat for One Mighty Pin for the one chair bit to say, Twitch was not involved with the rogueness. I don't believe that. That was in chat for Gabacore for the 5 chair bits to say, you really scorch earth, Santana, from now on because the panel was fire. That was in chat for Manders for the one chair bit to say, Rugal 420 said, Santana left the chat unsuper solid vised. And blames us for and he chose punishment. No, you guys made the decision together. Dubs in chat for Courtney's for the one chair bit to say we ain't even do nothing. Nope, you guys all did it together. Dubs in chat for Manders for the one chair bit. Twitch was good, and one Dubs in chat for Cool Cat for the one chair bit to say interrupt him again. But no, I'm not saying that. Dubs in chat for all the donuts. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background or only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Solid. Did you get your fill?
Yeah, man. Thanks for always taking care of me, man. That was amazing. That was so much fun. Hey, listen, I do want to say I'm not calling anybody out, okay? But we can disagree with Kadunka Chuds without being ableist, okay? The only reason they're like this in the first place is because they are like bombarded with a very powerful propaganda machine that that makes them afraid of the world changing, okay? So while they're incredibly terrible people, they suck, right? We don't have to do the lateral violence. We don't know what type of neurodivergence or anything else is going on with folks in the chat. So we want to make sure that we're being respectful to the other comrades that are here watching with us. Okay. But Santana, man, I appreciate it, man. I can't wait to go tell my family.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought you would.
All right, man. I appreciate you.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
What?
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Can we knock out the donuts, guys? Please, please, please. Can we knock out the donuts? Hi, Sheena. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Sheena, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I think that might have been a mistake. Hi, Mario. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Mario, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? That was a mistake, and boom. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Kitty Time 02, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, I'm gonna say no, so no. What the hell is happening over on the TikTok chat? What are you guys doing over on the chat? She's a friendly guy to Joey. What up, Joey? Subs in chat for Joey. Yeah, 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Debbie's in the chat for Augustine for the $2 donation, saying just to interrupt him again so he can STFU. Sincerely, a medical student who apparently is quote unquote lazy. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I think that position, not only is that position like it sucks, but like, it's whatever. We got a couple of people over on YouTube, but I don't know if it's going to load correctly because like I know a few people have dropped in and dropped back out. Let's see here. I don't know if you can hear me, and I can't even make out what your username is. Hi, can you hear me over on YouTube? Something that starts with an E. It's like Einstein. I think that's what you're trying to say. Einstein, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Looks like it's an issue with loading. I don't know what's happening over on YouTube. The mods, it was working correctly with the mods earlier, but only the mods have been able to successfully join. Other people coming up to debate haven't. I think it's Carl. Carl, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Carl.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Carl, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, and I'm down to talk about white supremacy and just the whole race thing. I think we're in a really weird state right now in America with that whole deal.
Okay. 1 second. Chat, can you guys hear Carl okay over on YouTube? Just to make sure that's not just me that you can hear you. Can you guys hear Carl? Okay, perfect. All right, Carl. So you disagree with the point that white people embrace white supremacy?
Yeah, honestly, if I was to say if there's like one ethnicity that I feel like actually likes black people, like, this is kind of like a bit of a joke, but I feel like there's one ethnicity that actually likes black people, it's white people. I feel like white people are honestly some of the kindest people when you think about it. Like,
white isn't an ethnicity.
Right? Yeah, well, white isn't an ethnicity. I know it's a race. We've kind of, but like, you know what? When I say a white person, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but you said one ethnicity would be white people.
Well, race, whatever. A group of people. If I was saying,
you think you think white people like black people?
I think proportionally more than other races. Like if you go to Mexico, you go to any other country, I think black people are probably treated some of the best in America, right? Like in other countries, people straight up are bleaching their skin. Like whiteness is seen as like and blackness is generally seen as being a very negative thing, right? Like in the,
why
you hear
why?
Ask the people in Mexico. Ask the people.
No. I don't need to talk to the people in Mexico or in Asia or anywhere else that that's happening. Like why is white the global default?
I mean, I guess that's gonna probably go back to like colonialism and all that stuff, right? Slavery, slave trade. Yeah. But
so if white people have spread imperialism and colonialization across the world throughout centuries while being disproportionately the global minority, but have used tactics as far as raping, killing, spreading disease, lying, enslavement, all of these other things, and even creating social constructs to disenfranchise anyone that does not share that said whiteness, wouldn't that actually explain why there is a sentiment of having white as the default globally, while the opposite end of the spectrum, black people, continue to be disenfranchised because of the original intended purposes of the creation of race?
Yeah, I mean, a few hundred years ago, I feel like what you're describing is essentially people in power doing shitty things, right? Like that's generally what happens is those that have power, those that have the ability to dominate have always been one to dominate, right? So for history, white people have had more power than other people and they've generally been able to dominate. But I think we're talking about the modern era.
They haven't. It's not about them having more power and they've been able to dominate. They've literally committed genocides.
Yeah.
Like they've had a monopoly on violence, but not just power.
They haven't had a monopoly on violence.
Oh no, they've literally had a monopoly on violence.
Like even the people that would be considered pretty powerless, like the Native Americans, who on the grand scheme of things, then like like they would just go and conquer the next door tribe, right? Like
that's
it's
not true.
always been I mean, it's not true, right?
No, you're a double negative means it's true. And so we're not doing a double negative. No, it's not true. I'm telling you, literally, that's not true. I'm so happy that you said indigenous people. Hey, spoiler alert, I've been doing some reading and I'm on chapter 11 of this 12 chapter book. It's a really thick book, but it's called the Rediscovery of America, Native People and the Unmasking of U.S. History. And it's a like super detailed breakdown of the colonization of indigenous people from the first conquistadors that stepped on Turtle Island to where we are today. So it's super detailed. FYI, I don't think this is the argument that you want to have because this is actually literally where I was going to take you. But go off, twin.
Gotcha. All right. So, even if we just talk about those with power that tend to dominate. I mean, you can even think back to the slave trade, right? You can't tell me that a lot of the Africans would go out and capture neighboring tribes and things like that and sell their opponents into slavery.
Oh,
right?
that's not true either.
It's not?
No.
How so?
So when you talk about the transatlantic slave trade, there was no proportion of black people selling other black people to Europeans. It was literally cases of where I'm gonna tell you this as well. Right before I started this book that I'm currently reading, I just finished a book called the 1619 Project. Have you ever heard of that one?
Nope.
Okay, 1619 Project is similar to the Rediscovery of America, except it's black. Like literally, it talks about the actual creation of race, the practices that were participated in prior to coming to Turtle Island. It talks about like the first batch of slaves that actually came to the country. It talked about like the myths behind the products that slaves were used to manufacture, and then also the coercion that was created by Europeans to get black people to quote unquote sell other black people. It's so much to it. You're just wrong with that. But I mean, if you want to go down that route, we can swim in that water too.
I mean, to some degree, slaves existed before white people came into Africa. No, you mean to tell me there were no African tribes enslaving other African tribes that they?
Oh yeah, slavery has existed way prior to the creation of race. But prior to the creation of race, there was no such thing as chattel slavery.
I see.
Yeah. So
okay. So
there was slaveries that was conducted based off of religion, based off of war, things like that. Yeah. But chattel slavery was actually created. Thank you for the ice cream. Was created when race was created.
I see. I feel like we got to this topic by discussing how those with power tend to choose to dominate those without power, and I was using the.
Yeah, and I told you it's not about those with or without power, because again, I was going to go to the point. Take a look at the communal living of the indigenous people prior to colonization. The people that had power, it was a matriarchy. Women had the power, but women didn't quote unquote dominate other tribes. They didn't dominate the people within their nations. They literally did what was best for the entire community. And then when necessary, yes, they would engage in war and things like that. But it wasn't until the Europeans, and this isn't just like, this is what I learned. I thought it was just like the Brits, right? Just come to find out, like the Brits were the worst of the worst when it came to like the Europeans. But as far as what the Spanish, the conquistadors did to the indigenous people, I think they were the worst specifically for the indigenous people. But then it was also like the Dutch, the Swedes. It was also French. I mean, later, once they started getting the fur trade going, like the Russians came, it's a whole thing. Right. But I digress. It wasn't an issue of like having power, because there was power prior to the colonizers showing up on Turtle Island. The shift became when people used that power for the monopoly of violence. Like, even if you take a look at how guns were created and the intended use, like Asian people had gunpowder prior to the creation of guns. The Europeans got gunpowder and then decided to actually weaponize gunpowder that had been around in Asia for years and years and years, and then turn it into a weapon used to mass murder people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very fair. So I guess to get right back to where we started, and it's a little bit like, tongue in cheek, me saying that I think white people are the ones that like black people the most.
You know what? I was going to agree with you on that one, though.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
Have you ever read The Delectable Negro?
No.
Yeah. White people used to eat black people.
Damn.
Yeah. They used to make furniture. They used to make furniture out of black people. They used to literally take, like, George Washington. You remember have you ever heard the myth that George Washington had like wooden teeth?
Yeah.
It was actually teeth made from slaves. Like, he had dentures made from slaves. They also used to take like black people hair and stuff it in pillows. They would take their bones and make furniture. They would actually even, like, with black women, they would make black women breastfeed white babies, even when black women weren't pregnant. Like, it's a whole thing. But literally, they used to eat black people. You should check out a book called The Delectable Negro.
I mean, atrocities throughout history, right? We can go through it for days.
Yeah, and you know what's funny about going through it for days? Usually, if you track it all the way back, it somehow always land, somewhere with those Europeans. It's super interesting.
I don't know. I come from what I would consider to be a pretty oppressed race, and generally it was the Middle Easterners that kind of screwed us over. But anyways, yeah. So I guess what I wanted to say is, I kind of feel like white people tend to be pretty nice. Like, if you think about all of like the ethnicities or the races, and like who tends to treat African Americans the best, I'm gonna say white people, because honestly, anytime I talk with Hispanic people or anytime I talk with any other ethnicity,
Hispanic isn't a race.
I know, but like Latino, it's like that's why, like, ethnicity, racial, and race. Like, I'll use both of them a little bit, But whenever I talk to people, I tend to find that the least racist people I ever talk to are always white people, bro.
Really?
It's like, if you speak, yeah, that's just my.
It's funny though. Like, only white people can be racist.
Yeah, that's a crazy concept.
I mean, I hear you, but it's actually true. But you know what's funny? You said that, like, they're the quote unquote least racist. Hey, can you see me right now? You can see my screen, right? And you see the background?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I want to show you something.
White people embrace white supremacy. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to show you something, and then I want you to tell me what are your thoughts on that. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna play something really quick, and then I want you to tell me about that. 1 second. Mm-hmm. 45, 47. Do. Mm-hmm.
Yep, I see that.
Yeah. You said you see that. Cool. What do you think about the fact that on the 250-year anniversary of the United States of America, there was an open, loud, adamant march protest against anyone that's not white, where white nationalists lined the street and chanted and cheered for reclamation? Wait, do you know what reclamation is?
I'm gonna be real. Nope.
Okay, cool. Hey, so black people freed the slaves, right?
I know. I feel like we're getting a bit too sure, but maybe not. Black people freed the slaves.
Yeah, black people freed black people. Like literally, actually literally.
Could you go a little bit in depth on that?
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st. It took a year and a half before the last actual black slave was out of slavery. That actually didn't end slavery because we still got legalized slavery today, but I digress. Black people had to fight, die, and go from place to place to place and free other black people from those southern plantations that were still holding black people. That's why, Juneteenth is a thing, because even though the black people were quote unquote freed, they were still slave for over a year and a half prior to the Black Battalion going into Galvin, Texas, and freeing the last black slaves there. But I digress.
Can I touch on that a little bit? Because I think it's a little bit unfair to then just say black. I think everyone freed the slaves, right? Like everyone kind of had a role.
Black people freed black people.
Well, yes, and white people also freed black people. And
you can say that they fought in the Civil War, sure, but like I said, freeing them, that was black people. And also, Abraham Lincoln didn't want to actually free the slaves.
Yeah, I know. His biggest concerns were keeping the Union together, right? And he gets misquoted a lot with that one quote where he's like, if I could keep slavery and preserve the Union, I would. If I could abolish slavery and preserve the Union, I would. There is no way that we can keep slavery and keep the Union, so therefore we have to abolish slavery is essentially
he wasn't like, fuck this slavery stuff. No, he just did it because he wanted to save the Union. That was it.
I think he personally did want to get rid of slaves as well.
He did
get rid of slavery, but
he didn't. He gave multiple speeches, and there's actually writings where he was actually against it.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's also writings where he's kind of for it. So it's
more writings of indicative of him not wanting to do it.
I see.
Whatever. The point that I was trying to get to, right, is after black people freed black people, there was a period called Reconstruction. Have you heard of Reconstruction?
Yeah, I know about Reconstruction.
Okay. Have you heard about Jim Crow?
Yep.
Did you know that there was a period between Reconstruction and Jim Crow?
I know what Reconstruction is. I know what Jim Crow is. I don't know the exact date, so I didn't know.
Yeah, because people don't talk about it, but there was a period between Reconstruction and Jim Crow. It's called Reclamation. For those who were paying attention, those white nationalists that were marching in DC on January the 4th, they were chanting, "It's time for reclamation." Reclamation was the period that a lot of people don't know about nor talk about between Reconstruction and Jim Crow, where white people literally marched, killed, and tried to re-enslave black people, taking land, trying to take every single thing that black people had accomplished during Reconstruction. So when you talk about reclamation is that period of time where white people said that they were ordained by God. Literally, they said this was a religious calling, and they were ordained by God to go back and take the land and take their property back, which was the slaves. Literally, these white nationalists are calling for reclamation, which was the period that they tried to put black people back into slavery, which led to Jim Crow.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, they were doing some really shitty things, right? But I think the issue is we're so. Let me tie this all together a little bit. I think we're really caught up in the past, and I think that
just happened 2 days ago.
Oh yeah,
that's not the past. That literally just happened 2 days ago.
But okay, let me tell you where this is all leading, because I actually have some stuff to say that I think might be a little bit new. Because look, I'm a teacher, right? And let me tell you where all of this has gotten us today. I'm a teacher, and schools have become so racially scared of everything. I'm not joking, bro. There's literally the African Americans at our school, we are not allowed to discipline them. Like, white people are so afraid of being called racist, and calling someone a racist has become so easily weaponized.
They should be more worried about being racist than being called a racist. Like, that's the shit that always tripped me out. People are so scared of being called racist that they don't care about actually being racist. They just don't want to be called racist. That's the fucking wild shit.
The thing is, I feel like I can tell you, no teacher is racist. Like straight up
You
the
can't tell me
process. Okay, but like just broadly speaking, it's really hard to be. Okay. But just you have to understand, becoming a teacher, you end up spending so much time in college. You take so much of these sensitivity classes.
Thomas Jefferson fucked black slaves and had kids with black slaves. He was the most racist piece of shit that I can point to. Proximity to blackness does not absolve you from racism.
Fair. But bro, let me tell you where all of this is leading. You got kids that we are not allowed to discipline because they are African American. Plain and simple. Like I have been told by the dean, these students have diplomatic immunity. They'll run through the halls.
You're lying.
Throw trash cans around.
You're lying. You're lying.
No,
you're fucking lying, and I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Trust me, bro. If you're telling me that the dean of your school has told you to not hold students accountable, then that is a failure on your dean, and that's a failure on you as a teacher. I don't fucking believe you. I think you're just trying to use this as a talking point. There is no way in the blue hell that this is a school policy, and if it is, you guys should be investigated, because that's bullshit.
And trust me, bro, the dean wants to discipline.
I'm not going to trust you.
To discipline him.
I'm not going to trust you.
Okay, you don't want.
I'm not going to trust you. You know what? Fuck that. You don't have to say this online, because there's thousands of people watching right now. But I know for a fact you can see the private message right here. Right? Hold on. One second. Did you see that?
Wait, let me see.
Look at the private chat.
Yeah.
Put the name of the school in the chat, and I want to look this up. I'm going to look into it. Everybody else doesn't need to know. This is just between you and I. Put the name of it there.
So you want me to tell you the school
No, I don't want you to say it. I don't want you to say it in front of people. I don't want you to expose, because right now this is thousands of people. This is strictly between me and you. That's why I said type it in the private chat, and no one else will see it but me.
Bro,
I'm going to look this up.
Okay, so what are you going to look up? I can honestly tell you, but
put the name of the school in the actual comment section. I mean, not in the comment section, in the private chat.
Yeah. There. It's not official policy, bro. You're not going to find this on the website, but I'm telling you, as a teacher in a school, race has become and bro.
Look what I just said.
No.
Okay. I'm going to look that up. Go ahead and finish saying what you were saying.
It's not even that bad. Like let me explain. Dead ass, this happened. We have a student. There's 4 or 5 teachers in a classroom. A student comes, and here I'll give you the exact quote. That this teacher told. Because it's crazy. It is absolutely unacceptable. And I'm right there with you, bro. It drives us all insane. It drives the dean insane. But because schools have become so like racial and everything, everyone's afraid of all this stuff, nothing gets done.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I honestly, I like no bullshit. I think you're just lying, just to lie, which is fucking weird.
I know. If I was right, you would agree that you are wrong. Like if this happens, only I'll know I'm right, right? Only me and a few teachers that teach in this district will know that I am right now. But the reality is, if I am right, this is so unbelievable and so unacceptable that we've gotten to this point.
Bro, look at this shit. You are fucking kidding me. What percentage of the student body does black people make up?
At this school, it's really small. I think there's maybe like 15, 20 in total.
The percentage of black people for the entire school, which this goes from 6th to 12th grade, is 2.6%.
Yeah.
2.6%. The demographic, the representation of black people in the school, you said it's like 15 to 20 black people.
Yeah, it's really small. Yeah,
you're fucking lying.
And they can do whatever they want, bro.
You're a fucking liar. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You're just like no bullshit. You're just a fucking liar. Bro, like you're just lying. I don't believe shit you're saying.
Let me tell you what they do.
That's fine. Hold on, Ari. Hold on a second. Hold on, Ari. Go ahead.
What grade level do you? What grade level do you? What?
What grade level do you teach?
What
grade?
At this point, I'm just gonna dox myself at this rate.
You're not.
No,
nobody knows anything except me.
Okay.
I don't know your
ninth.
name or your school. I'm asking you what grade level.
I teach 9th. I've taught 11th. Next year, I'm probably gonna do something a little bit different.
What subject?
9th. Math.
What subject? Nah.
Math.
Okay, what's FERPA?
FERPA?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of FERPA.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! You're lying! Every
what's FERPA?
fucking teacher knows FERPA. We literally have to know FERPA.
Bro,
You
I've been
have to.
teaching.
As a person who engages with children and families, you have to know what FERPA is. You're
Let's
fucking
see, FERPA.
lying. Busted.
Also, FYI, like that, before I could even finish typing it out, it came up. FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, is the U.S. federal law protecting the privacy of students' education records. It applies to all school and all educational agencies receiving fundings from the United States Department of Education. Under FERPA, parents or eligible students 18 years of age or attending post-secondary institution are granted specific rights, access, amendments, consent. That's interesting. So that's how long have you been
Hold
teaching?
on, Santana. Even charter schools, even private institutions are subjugated to FERPA. Literally every single teacher, even childcare programs are subject to FERPA. Literally all of us in the education field are subject to FERPA. We all
And you think when I
know
go as a
what
math teacher, you think I go home and I
is.
study what
So
FERPA is?
You
Wait,
are lying.
Wait. You don't have to study what FERPA is.
Would you?
One second, Carl. Stop, Carl. People can't hear you if you and I are talking at the same time. You and I are literally sharing the same mic. Carl. No one is saying that you were supposed to quote unquote study FERPA. I didn't know what FERPA was until I had to look it up. But I don't work in the education field. The work that I've done, I know what the hell OSHA is. I've had to know what OSHA is. The work that I've done, I know I have to know like what DOT is and those regulations. I have like other stuff that I have to know based off of the fields that I've worked in. And you don't see how like if FERPA is something that like it literally this popped up. Not only did this pop up before I finished typing it, this is an actual federal law that governs every aspect of education.
Bro, you're just questioning the fact that I'm a teacher. Right now, I'll send you an email from my friggin'
I don't need an email from you. I already didn't believe the shit you were saying. I don't need an email from you.
Bro.
So you don't want an email from the friggin' district email that guarantees I'm a freaking teacher.
A district email does not dictate you're a teacher. You literally can work in admin, which doesn't put like anything to it, but that doesn't mean you're actively working in a classroom. Like literally people get district emails for anything. So a district email doesn't really say anything to me. Dude, I work in education. That's why I asked up, right? So you having a district email does not mean shit. You know who also has district emails? The fucking custodial service has district emails.
All right, I'm a janitor, bro. Bro, I'm telling you,
I'm literally talking. I'm literally talking.
Yeah, and you're talking bullshit. You're just saying I'm a teacher when I know I'm a teacher.
Hey, if you can't have impulse control, then I can make you have it. Like I didn't want to mute you. I've muted you this whole time, but for some reason, like now that the shit that you're saying is being challenged, like you don't have impulse control, which is super weird. I do want to read this off really quickly, and then I'm going to give it back to Ari, and then I'll give you the floor to be able to speak, but please stop speaking over people. But I do want to read this off really quick. W's in chat for Miss Bellicella for the $5 super chat to say, I'm a support advisor for the university. For a university, FERPA is needed to discuss anything about the student. It's a basic understanding. Caller, you are not a teacher, bro. W's in the chat for Miss Bellicella. I know there's other donations and everything else, and I'm going to read all of those off in just a few more. Actually, hold on. I think I saw one more that I might want to jump to because Okay, yeah, no, I'm going to hold on to that. There's other donations. I'll get to those other donations, but I want to be able to continue this conversation. Carl, I'm going to take you off mute so you have the ability to speak. Please stop speaking over Ari. It causes a delay and like feedback because you're on YouTube and she's on TikTok. So like you can't talk over each other, okay?
Mm-hmm. I have one question from Petty. And again, just keep in mind, I do not know your school name. The only person who knows that is Santana, and I will not ask Santana for that. So that information is private. All I've asked you so far is what grade level. I got a very important question. Is the school just in like the state of Florida? Because that also tells us on how that the state runs. So it's not in Florida. Petty, it's not in Florida.
No.
So yeah.
Like, if I can't prove to you I'm a teacher, I don't know what to say.
You're just not.
Do you want me to show? Look, I know Schoology. I know MySys. I know my PLN. I don't know if other districts use my PLN. Do you want me to send you an email from my?
No, I just like the whole thing is.
What do you want me to do?
Wait, hold on one second. Right here. The whole thing is that you're trying to portray your school as being quote unquote so racialized that these 15 black people, let's not let this be remiss on us, or missed on us, not remiss, but like 15 black people. You're saying these 15 black people have some type of diplomatic immunity. And so this is the problem. Can I say that if your school is giving disproportional representation to 15 black people, well, hell, that doesn't even come close to what the reality is of the country, because black people make up quote unquote 14% of the US population, and we don't even get close to that type of representation. So you want me to believe that while the entire country disproportionately negatively impacts black people, there's a school that has a smaller representation, 2.6 to 14%, but yet they're held up as this untouchable group?
It's not just my school. I believe it's a district problem as a whole.
You're just lying. You're fucking lying.
Yeah, I also think. So how does your school year start? How does that look like? How does that timeline look like for you?
So, bit of clarification. First year. So, last year was my first year teaching. Coming up is my second year teaching. I started a little bit late, so I started in, I think it was about September was my first day. No, not September. It was
okay, but what does that
October,
timeline look
right
like?
after.
What does that timeline look like?
Do you want me to tell you when school starts? Like what day school starts?
No, like what do you do? Do you how does your student assignments, things you have to do to prep for that? Like what is that timeline?
Gotcha. So far what they've told me is the grade levels I'll be teaching next year, and I know my homerooms, and roughly they haven't told me who my co-teachers are. I'm gonna end up teaching inclusion classes. So they haven't told me who my co-teacher is, but my current co-teacher she knows a little bit more than me. She's been there a while. So I know that. I know I'm going to be teaching 2 honors classes. I know I'm going to be teaching 2 inclusion. And I know I'm going to be teaching 2 regular classes. I don't need the layout of your schedule.
I don't need the layout of your schedule. I'm just saying, what's the timeline?
But it's like every word I say, I kind of feel like, because I know what inclusion classes are, right? I know IEPs. And I know that inclusion classes.
Okay, that's not telling me. I just need your timeline. You saying I know the word IEP, like parents know what IEP.
I'm afraid to tell you the day it starts, because then I start doxing myself, right?
I'm not asking you for like how your day starts. What is the timeline? Like there's a timeline of like things that go in order for a school year to start, right? The things we have to do and check off. I'm asking you what that checkoff list is.
Well, I know that I needed a syllabus. They have had me submit my syllabus. As far as starting new, whenever I started this last year, like I said, I started a little bit.
Is there any district trainings you have to do?
Oh, let me see.
Hey, let me hop in here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the comment section off right now is apparently you guys are being weird. And this is a direct comment to the quote unquote friendlies. I'm not exactly sure what you consider a friendly is, but A friendly is not someone who actively engages in ableism. That doesn't give you coverage to be ableist. Racism, that doesn't give you coverage to be racist or anti-black or xenophobic. That doesn't give you coverage to attack the queer community, for you to be transphobic or homophobic, just because you consider yourself to be a quote unquote friendly. And the one thing that we definitely do not do is try to fucking find people. That's weird. That's weird. The reason why I told him to tell me directly and not to say it out loud is specifically so people couldn't be weird to find him. Fucking stop it. This is the internet, bro. Like, you guys, I don't know who, like, what is happening? No one needs you guys to be superheroes, to be Matlock or Sherlock Holmes or anything. Like, what are we doing? So the comment section is off because some people decided they wanted to be weirdos in the comment section. Knock that off. Stop looking for people. This is the internet, bro. If he was actively saying, oh, I'm out here doing XYZ, harming people, like, oh, okay, I guess. But there's people that listen. Just because someone says something that you don't like doesn't mean that you have to go find them. That's so weird. Stop it. Go ahead, Ari.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, can I answer?
What are those? Do you guys do training at the beginning of the school year?
I currently have an annual suicide prevention and awareness training that I got to complete before the start of school. Is that what you're asking about?
Is that all the training?
Pretty sure if there's anything else, I'm sure they'll send me an email. But
what were the trainings last year?
Here, let me show you. There was.
Don't show me anything.
Because I did some extra stuff too. You know, so there was a professional development, annual LGBTQ. I did a few micro credentials. There's this affidavit I had to do. There was some stuff I had to do for the tests. You know, I guess I'll. There's state test stuff I have to do here. CASP, if you know that. It's not toxic.
You don't have to give the specifics.
Math,
I'm just looking, like, you can give generalities. You don't have to give the specifics. I'm not asking for the specifics because I don't want you to dock your school
framework
district.
trainings, LGBTQ, suicide prevention tend to be big ones. Cybersecurity training, bloodborne pathogens training, some Title II compliance training, workplace violence prevention plan training. But anyways, bro, at this point,
do you actually pay attention to any of that shit?
Yeah.
Really? So how the hell do you not know what FERPA is?
Okay, you're using maybe we don't call it FERPA in my school. It's my first year teaching, and it's like I understand what FERPA is. I don't know the friggin' FERPA
you went
itself.
did you go to college or did you get a secondary?
Reporter.
Hi, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Because you were talking about all this education, did you go to school, college, for education, or did you get a secondary certification?
I have. So I went to college. I got my degree, and then I went to a credential program. I did an accelerated credential program, got it done in 1 year, and I got my credential like that.
I don't know how you went through a credentialing program. I don't know how you went through a credentialing program and you didn't get FERPA education. That's literally one of the major things that you have to go to a credentialing program for, because it tells you the laws that you have to abide by as an educator. That's why no one's believing the nonsense, because that's literally the laws we have to do. So like you over here can be unknowingly, because you're not educated on FERPA, can be breaking FERPA, which can get your district in trouble and sued. And no district ever wants to be sued. So they make sure all their teachers, that's why I asked you what's your annual training, because part of annual training is FERPA training.
Okay. So at this point, you're not even. So what you're saying is I shouldn't be saying what I'm saying right now.
Well, what I am saying is that you shouldn't be saying what you're saying right now, because like you're fucking lying, right? I don't care if you do or do not work at this school. Like that's moot to me. And yes, people, it's moot, not mute. If you don't know the difference between moot and mute, go look it up. Regardless, like you sitting here saying, "Oh, you know, this is something that's happening." Like 15 black people. You're saying 15, like, fuck the whole lying about whether or not you are or not a teacher. I don't believe that anyway. But again, you're saying 15 black people have disproportionate power in your school.
Yes.
Well, why I'm also saying this, Santana?
Bro,
hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm answering Santana. I'm answering Santana. Why I'm also asking this line of questioning.
Go ahead.
Shush. Why I'm also asking this, Santana, is because part of annual training is they have to do continued education. And you do not, like, especially currently in continued education, we're talking about racism. We're literally talking about, which is why he's fucking lying as well. We're talking about the overrepresentation of expulsion rates of Black children. We're literally talking about how they are overrepresented in expulsion rates for the same behaviors as white children. We're literally regularly doing training on that because they have to remedy that. So that's why what you're saying is bullshit. If you're actually engaging in your annual training, then you would understand why we have to go through all these trainings of the overrepresentation of Black children for the same exact behaviors as white children in terms of expulsions and suspensions in schools. So you're lying.
Also, I would just like to call to your attention, like, the overview of your school and the feedback that your school has gotten.
Okay, bro. At this point, you're gonna dox me.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No. Listen to what I'm saying. I would never do that. That's not the
look
point.
up the review you're about to say, and I'm gonna get doxed.
You literally not. Do you think this is my first time on the internet? The point that I'm getting to is when it talks about the actual students and the perspectives of the students have a negative position when it comes to the staff. Right? And that's not just the 15 Black people. That's proportionally the majority of the student body.
It's a rough school. It's a very rough school. It's in a rough neighborhood. Yeah.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, like, even if you take a look
I'm sorry, you don't know this neighborhood. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm talking about if you look at the other metrics as far as, like, graduation and all this other stuff. I mean, you guys do fairly well when it comes to, like, other metrics and performance, but I digress. I mean, the point being is that obviously there's a disconnect when it comes to the students and the teacher, and you coming up here in front of thousands of people. Bro, you're in front of thousands of people. Right now, total, what do we got? We're close to like 3,000 people total. And you coming up here and saying like that, oh, these 15 Black people are getting special representation, where name anywhere else in United States history where Black people have gotten preferential treatment over other people. Name just one time.
Bro, I wish I was.
Name one time. No, just name one time.
Okay,
name one time within our society where Black people have gotten preferential treatment above other races.
I mean, if you want me to just name one time, sure. I'm sure that there's been a lot of
name one
cases. Okay, where the
and also if it's a court case, then that means that it wasn't something where they just got preferential treatment. If it was a court case, then that means they had to actually go fight for it. So that's not just getting preferential treatment.
Where the victim felt as though, hey, because it's an African American.
No, not an individual. I said Black people, a collective unit of Black people.
A Black person getting away with something because the victim was afraid.
Give me any other time within United States history where the collective Black people have gotten any type of preferential treatment.
Okay. Like I'm saying, we're seeing it in court right now, but I'm not generally.
Again, if you have to go to court to fight for something, then that's not getting preferential treatment, Carl.
Look, you can live. So let me just go through a little bit more.
No, how about you answer the fucking question and stop lying? You're like you're literally up here running and lying this whole time.
I'm not lying.
You're fucking like you don't have anything to prove the bullshit that you've been saying, and it doesn't make sense. If you can answer the question, then maybe we can have a more intellectual conversation.
Preferential treatment.
Name one time.
I'm assuming okay. How about this? My friend works at NVIDIA.
That's an anecdotal fucking experience. I'm saying,
Okay,
can you
well, it's
name
one time?
Carl?
It's one time.
Carl,
You're not asking me to name a whole bunch.
listen to me.
Okay.
Can you tell me one time in United States history where black people as a collective, not your individual friend, cool story, bro.
High school,
one time, black people as a collective have, you can't fucking hear me if you keep speaking while I'm speaking, Carl.
Okay.
Name one time in United States history where black people got preferential treatment as a collective, and preferential treatment means that they were just given something and there was no battle to get it. They were just given it, and other people had to go A, B, C, X, Y, Z to get something similar.
Bro, you moved the goalpost like 8 times.
I'm not. I'm talking about preferential treatment, and I tried to clarify it because you don't understand it.
You're cutting me off every time too. Affirmative action. Whenever colleges admitted African Americans with worse test scores, and then like so many black people have not gotten to college if it wasn't for affirmative action, right? SAT scores, they were getting into colleges, worse SAT scores, all that stuff. But look, this is the reality, bro.
Wait, stop for a second. Stop for a second. Why was affirmative action needed?
Well, you didn't ask me why.
No. Answer the fucking question. Why was affirmative action needed?
I don't know. In my opinion, right now, it's definitely not needed.
That's not the fucking question, Carl, you disingenuous piece of shit. Answer the fucking question.
Whoa, I never called you a piece
I don't give a fuck what you call me, Carl. Carl, shut the fuck up. I don't care what you call me. You can call me whatever you want, as long as it's not disingenuous, because I'm not. But you are. You are. So you can call me a name, sure. But I'm telling the truth when I say that you're a disingenuous piece of shit. Now block the fuck in and answer the question. Taking you off mute. Carl, why was affirmative action necessary?
You tell me.
Because black people were not getting access to basic things. They did not have access to basic representation. And so there had to be a law put in place to say that black people will be able to get representation. So no, that's not preferential treatment, because literally it had to be mandated to allow black people to have representation.
Bro, I don't see how in 2020, what is it? Like 20, when did
you don't know shit, Carl?
2023?
You don't know shit.
And bro, I know enough to be a teacher, and I know
no,
enough
you don't.
To know
just because just because you know enough to be a teacher doesn't mean that you know enough to join this conversation and talk about the shit that you're talking about. Go fucking talk about algebra, or go talk about like fucking calculus or whatever you may teach. Sure, but don't come up here trying to talk about race and racism and white supremacy when you don't fucking know shit.
Bro, I'm talking about racism in schools, and all you've been able to say is that I am lying.
You get okay. You know what? You know what? Okay. How about this? How about this, Carl? How about this, Carl? How about this, Carl? How about this, Carl? Stop. Okay. I take back you saying you lying. I will throw that out the window. I'm not saying that you're lying. Carl, let's do this, because this is a much cleaner way to do what we're doing right now. No more anecdotal evidence. No more anecdotal examples. No more anecdotal answers. I want you to give me factual information, data, empirics, things that we can look up, quantify, and then break it down. So I'm not going to say that you're a liar. I'm going to say, prove it. So don't give me any type of anecdotal evidence. Prove to me that you can quantify, because your original point was that white people are the kindest people to black people. I gave you specifically how white people have a history of a monopoly on violence, and specifically towards black people. I can give you more information and data to explain why things work today the way that they work due to racism, and black people and white people specifically wanted to. Did you know Thomas Jefferson The reason why he was so terrified of Black people having rights is because he saw what happened in Haiti with the Haitian Revolution, and he didn't want Black people to overthrow anything. And so he wanted to make sure that there was proper representation. And that's why we have the disproportionate amount of House representatives and the Electoral College, to ensure that these southern states that wanted to uphold slavery still have a majority of representation, so Black people would never be looked at as equal. The reason why our political system is the way that it is today is because of fucking racism. I can do that, and I can show you how all of that is connected. Now, Carl, can you do something like that?
Bro, look, let me just wrap up what I want to say real quick.
Yes or no?
Call it a day. Can I?
Yes or no?
Bro, you probably read 1 billion books on this. No, I can't do that right now.
Okay, you can't. Okay, so it's all cool stories. So you want to tell me another cool story before you leave?
Let me just finish my sentence.
Oh, okay.
What I can do.
Sir, this is a Wendy's, not an airport. No one needs a fucking announcement. If you're going to leave, then just go. You think I'm going to just let you say what you want to say, then you can leave? Fuck off. Ain't no way. That was irritating, Ari. Ari, you there? Hello from the other side. Must have tried 1,000 times. Saying I'm sorry for breaking your heart. Da 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 ba da da la la ba ba. Hello from the other side.
Oh, you got them?
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you.
My bad, because I didn't want to hear him ramble, so I walked away for a second.
Yeah, no, all good. He was like, well, you obviously must have read 1 billion books on this, so I don't know the stuff that you know, but let me just say what I got to say, and then I can go. I said, fuck, sir, this is a fucking Wendy's, not an airport. If you're going to leave, just go.
Yeah, so. Well, Santana was trying to get a source from him, but I'm gonna say Carl was lying.
Fucking lying.
Just lying.
Big ass lying.
If you literally, just like doctors have to know HIPAA very well to engage with patients, because they're not even gonna let you touch a patient without knowing HIPAA, right? Because no hospital wants to be sued. Any school, and I mean any school, down to charters, private institutions, publics, they're not going to let you near a student without knowing FERPA, because they don't want a lawsuit. No school wants to be sued. If you're an educator or you're claiming to be an educator and you don't know FERPA, you're not a freaking teacher. Like, period, point blank. It is what it is. So he's just lying. Secondly, no district is implementing that policy because, again, literally, Black children are overrepresented in expulsion rates. It's the complete opposite. Black children are being policed to heavily for the same exact behaviors as white children. So schools are extremely racist. So get out of my face with that nonsense. I'm so sorry, Santana. Like, I had to clock that because I hate when people are like, oh, I'm a teacher, as if that absolves them. But I do want to let people know there are extremely racist teachers. I told you guys my story of the racist teachers I dealt with when I was still teaching in the classroom on my episode of Brunch with Santana. So there are racist teachers out there. People don't deny that. Because I think we need to recognize that there are racist teachers out there because that's how we address the issue. But I was mainly getting at there are a lot of people on this app that cosplay people who pretend to be a member of Mensa and stuff like that, you know?
Oh, and have community gardens and shit.
And community gardens and buses and stuff like that. So I think it's important for the people who have the knowledge bases to clock it. But I appreciate you for letting me up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. I appreciate you. Dubs in chat for Ari, guys. Dubs in chat for Ari. Hey, guys, we got a 10-minute restriction because I was going off a little too much at the end. So if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. If you can do anything, send any gift goals or whatnot, that'll help protect the live. I got a bunch of thank yous. I'm going to read it off in a moment. But guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, hey, make sure you hit that follow button. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So guys, please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live all the time. So please turn on notifications. We are on our way to 200,000 followers. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Not necessarily a Trump supporter, but I do disagree with socialism is better than capitalism.
Okay. All right. Anthony, can you give me just a few moments to say, I'm not going to catch up on all of them, but just say thank you to a couple of people so I can get kind of caught up, and then I'll give you the floor.
Sure. Yeah. Take your time.
Perfect. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Allison for the $3 donation. And my husband's a truck driver, works 60 hours a week, and we still live in low income housing. Capitalism sucks. Facts. Debbie's in chat for Danella for the $1 donation. I don't know if it's true, but I just saw a report MAGA crowds being forced to take shelter in the Black History Museum. I could only be a fly on the wall. For what? What's happening? Debbie's in chat for Jalen for the $10 donation, saying Carl's name like Rick from TWD with much disappointment. Can't believe he said white people treat black people better and are great in America. Where, Carl? Where? Fucking where? Debbie's in chat for Andrew for the $5 donation, saying, hey man, when you're reading, do you take notes? If you do, what kind of notes these? I do. I just jot them down in my notes app on my like iPhone because I like to talk about stuff. But that's really it. I only jot down stuff that I want to talk about. But I don't jot down a lot. I just listen. Debbie's in the chat for Sarah for the $1. Yes, he was American. Debbie's in the chat for Joe for the $4. Wait, his argument is because some white people have moderately overcome part of their racism in the past 40 years. That means that everything is good now. Did you not see the KK khakis marching through DC 2 days ago? I played it for him and it didn't move him. Debbie's in chat for Joe for the $4 said, as a certified white person, this guy has no idea the shit white people say when they're around other white people. He's never been in a car with their white friend's dad and heard them call an Indian man. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, that's fucking gross. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Took Super Smash Bros. Out again for the first time, and it's been a while. I bet I could take you a Nest. I know you couldn't. Not if I had cloud. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the one that says, I had a feeling call him in and be a teacher, even a substitute teacher. I had an annual required FERPA training. Facts. W's in the chat for let's see here. Marie for the $1 donation saying, where the F does he teach then? Because educational racism is a thing. I still see it. Teachers can absolutely be racist. I've seen receipts. He's lying and is not even good at it. Followed by another one to say, and I'll add that there's an admin that refuses to discipline for fear for parents, but not for fear from racism. That's hilarious. And then another one that said, lastly, you know what? Lastly, you know what? Have him email. I'm not going to do that. Therefore, to the dish. No, I'm not going to do that. That was in the chat for Marie. That was in the chat for Jay for the 5 to say, I'm a school resource officer, and I've had to know about FERPA. This man is lying about his job. We have a responsibility to protect students as we punish them. Like facts, he fucking lied big time. That was in the chat for just Devin for the 2 to say, my partner just affirmed me that FERPA was signed into law in 1974. That means it's been around since I was in 2nd grade. This guy should know it. The fact that Carl doesn't show he's full of shit. I think you guys clocked him big time on that. Dubs in the chat for J Hops for the $5 donation saying 15 black people in the whole school and they're all problematic, so they need to be disciplined? Question mark. Sounds like a effing racist. Facts. Dubs in the chat for Mike for the $2 super chat to say, hey Santana, this guy even know enough information to make a conclusion? I started letting bro, he didn't know shit, and plus he was just lying. Dubs in the chat for 6 bats for the $2 donation saying, don't work hard. Don't work for money. Rich people who quote unquote work hard. Exactly. Dubs in the chat for Ballisto for the $19.06. I know that's right. This is like this is like sniffing out a D9 prep. Exactly. Fucking right. Oh, on their necks. We're almost done. Deb's in the chat for Jay. What up, Jay? For the $2 super chat. Say, bro, significant other is a teacher. And he's trying to use what he hear from them for clout on his racism. Humor. Red baby red today. W's in the chat for Levy for the one to say, hey, my little brother got into a fight a year or so back. He is lighter than other kids. It was white. My brother got expelled, even though the other kids started it and nearly put him in the hospital. And then my little brother got jumped days ago. Yeah, like that's what Art was talking about, was the expulsion rate. And then last but not least, W's in chat for McKenzie for the $1 donation. Dark Lamb, what up, Dark Lamb? Thank you so much for the $1. There's so much I want to say to the guest. Example of true privilege. I went to school, was active privilege. Spoiler alert, I'm not a part of the privileged group. Anyway, hope you're doing well and hope you are as well. Yeah, Deb's in the chat, guys. I know there's some other stuff over on YouTube that I got to catch up on and Twitch, but we're going to get into the debates. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. We got 3 minutes left in this restriction, so we're not getting pushed out to the FYP. And if you guys can power through it, then it'll, like, once it's lifted, we'll be shot right back out to the FYP. So keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes to 600,000 likes. Send any gifts if you can, but it'll help just boost the live. And make sure you share the live to your story and to your FYP, not to a bunch of people, but just to your story and FYP, and hit that follow button. We're almost at 200 followers for this current stream. I would love to get to 200 followers. Anthony, all right, sorry. Floor is yours. Why do you disagree with the premise that socialism is better than capitalism?
Well, to start, market-oriented economic growth has produced the largest measured reduction in extreme poverty in human history. My source is the World Bank. So let's just take the last 35 years. From 1990 to 2025, the number of people living in extreme poverty fell from about 2.3 billion to 831 million. Now that's extreme poverty, that's abject poverty, that's not relative poverty. So, I mean, capitalism has taken more poor people out of abject poverty than any other economic system in human history. And capitalism did that in the last 30 years.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, that's. Well, I mean, I could probably go on for like 20 minutes, but we could start there.
No, I don't want to interrupt you. FYI, that's not a good start. I promise you it's not the flex you think it is. So if you got anything else in the chamber, you might want to, let them fly. But go ahead. I mean, I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm not necessarily trying to flex or come up with a good start. I'm just giving my premise. I can go to China. Once China moved away from its Maoist type of central planning, and once they started adopting markets, trade, investment, private enterprise, the World Bank estimates that China lifted almost 800 million people out of extreme poverty. So I mean, that's China. There's Vietnam, did the same thing. From Vietnam's GDP per person rose from under 700 in 1986 to nearly 4,500 in 2023. South Korea did the same thing. Singapore did the same thing. Modern market economies helped create enough food to feed vastly more people than any other economic system. Capitalism and industrial development turned electricity from a luxury into something available to billions. Modern wealth creation has helped make childhood survival dramatically.
Where are you reading this from, bro? Did you type this in the chat GTP and say, like, give me an actual debate? Because this shit is not good, and you're just like rattling off random shit that like aren't connected at all. Like you sitting here saying that you sitting here saying that like, capitalism brought and made electricity more readily available. Like that's fucking stupid, but it's fine. Let me just cut you off for a second. Hey, what created these disparities to necessitate the lifting from abject poverty?
What created the disparities that required people? Well, I mean, I'd venture to say that it was the economic systems that were in place prior to capitalism.
Wait. So you're saying the economic systems that, okay, cool. I've been talking about this all day because I've been really, really excited about this book. With indigenous people prior to the colonization of Turtle Island, when they had a communal society, why was there no abject poverty in those indigenous tribes and nations?
Well, I'd venture to say that they were in abject poverty.
They weren't.
They didn't have a medical system.
They did have their own medical system.
Right. So if you got an infection, you could go to a hospital.
Well, for them, yes, they actually had a place in the system. Just because it wasn't the standard system of like, if you're trying to equate it for today, like that's not one for one. But if you talk about the actual overall medical or healthcare for indigenous people at that time, yeah, it was better than the Europeans. Like literally, the Europeans went through the plague, like 100 years of fucking plague. Like Europeans didn't know how to even wash their ass, and that's why they kept dying. But indigenous people weren't having that problem. So if you're talking about like an actual modern day hospital, no, but they had medical treatments that help keep them in healthy and long living and happy. Now go back to the question. Why is it that there was no abject poverty in indigenous tribes prior to colonization?
I would say I already answered that question. I would venture to say that they were already in abject poverty.
Okay, prove it. What? How? How?
Oh, well, they didn't have any prosperity. They didn't have any abundance. They
literally had prosperity and abundance. See, okay, this is the funniest shit. Really quick, Anthony, are you white?
I don't see how or why.
It's just a question, Bub. Just a question.
Yeah, I'm white.
Perfect. Guys, if you actually go check out the book, and again, the book is titled The Rediscovery of America, the Native People and Unmasking of U.S. History. If you take a look at this, and also if you take a look at the 1619 Project, which I told you about as well, which looks at the same kind of timeline, but from the Black diaspora, from the lens of Black people, literally what you guys will learn is this is how white people justified the shit that they did. Literally, white people said, well, they didn't actually develop the land to where we think it should be developed, so we can enslave them. We can take their land. They don't deserve rights. They didn't build a fucking 5-star hotel with Trump on the side of the shit. They didn't do things the way that we think that they should do it, so we deserve to dominate them. No bullshit. No bullshit. This is the exact same justification that colonizers use to fucking kill indigenous people and enslave Black people. Fucking wild. So your point. No. So the point that So the point that I'm So the point that I'm making is that, Anthony, just because you don't think that they had the standard of living that you think they should have had does not mean that they did not have the standard of living that they wanted to have. Fun fact, the indigenous people were actually offered money by the colonizers to buy their land, and they said no. They said, we don't deal with money. What good would money do us? We need our land because we live off of our land. Our land feeds us and our land provides for us. We don't want money and we don't need money. And, you know, that's when they started killing them because they couldn't buy them because they didn't buy into their actual system, which is capitalism. So again, if you want to say that they were, you know, in abject poverty, I would need you to quantify that in terms of what was happening in their society. And just like we can talk about what quantifies abject poverty in our current day society, I need you to quantify that of what would quantify abject poverty for indigenous people at that time.
Well, I could only look at it through a lens of presentism.
Why? That's stupid. Why would you look at the past through presentism? That doesn't even make sense.
I didn't live in the culture that you were talking about.
Wait, so you're telling me the only way that you can understand any point of time or any aspect of society is through your current lens? That's the only way that you can conceptualize anything is through today and your limited scope of view.
Well, no, not necessarily.
Okay, so then if you're not saying then I need you to conceptualize it, because if not, then you're not equipped for this conversation. Like, you're telling me that you're not able to actually have this conversation because you didn't understand why indigenous people didn't have American Express platinum cards. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, no, prosperity and abundance is not in an Amex card.
It is today, right? I mean, like people had black cards, but nobody had black cards in the 1600s. So what would abundance look like in the 1600s?
One of the biggest killers of, say, the Native Americans was cholera. So if this indigenous tribe got cholera, had a huge cholera outbreak, what are they going to do about it?
Well, if and nuts were candies and butts, we'd all be, or every day would be Merry Christmas, whatever the shit says.
No, it's a hypothetical.
No, you making up a hypothetical is not the actual point as far as what they actually did. Like you trying to make up a hypothetical and then apply it to what happened. That's stupid because we don't need to do that. We can literally take a look at life prior to colonization and how they lived. Let's not forget. Your claim, I said, you told me all this magical shit about capitalism, about how capitalism pulled everybody out of extreme poverty, how capitalism just shoots rainbows and sunshines from their ass. And then I said, okay, what created that abject poverty? You said, well, whatever system that precedes capitalism. And so I said, in this specific example, there was a system that preceded capitalism, which was this communal living. Now, I need you to specifically tell me, were they in abject poverty prior to capitalism? And you don't have to make up additional shit that did not happen in order to actually make your point. You can literally just tell me in that time, was that so or not? You don't have to add make believe shit up in there.
I don't understand your question.
My question is, were the indigenous people of Turtle Island in abject poverty prior to colonization? And if they were, can you quantify it? And keep in mind, just because you don't think that they were living up to your standard, that does not dictate abject poverty. Abject poverty would be equivalent to whatever poverty was during their time.
Right. So prosperity and abundance through capitalism.
Can't hear you, bro. I feel like he just muted himself or like stopped talking or some shit because he's gonna run. What's the title of the book? There's two books. The Rediscovery of America, Native People and Unmasking of U.S. History, and then also the 1619 Project. Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, so yeah, sorry about that. Wasn't entirely sure what happened. So typically, what I think comes through capitalism a lot and free market enterprises is a lot of unification.
You're going back to your script. Can you answer my question? I don't care about your script. Can you specifically answer my question?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Can you stop running to your script and answer my question?
Sure. So, I mean, what I have no lens to tell you how they were impoverished. I mean, they lived in rags, so I'm not entirely sure if they had no medical care system, they had no real educational system, they had no trade with
And they literally had an educational system. They spoke multiple languages across nations and across tribes. They had a bartering system so they could trade, and they always had an abundance of what they needed. They were able to till the land, and even more so, they were able to actually utilize resources on the land, which, of course, like buffalo, they were able to have the abundance of meat and use every aspect of said buffalo to continue to provide for them. So you're just wrong, but maybe that's because you don't have any type of, you know, perspective or lens. Like, this is the thing that I'm trying to get across, right? You're making such a bold statement, but you are uneducated on anything outside of capitalism. You're caping for capitalism, not knowing the other things that predate capitalism. Hey, what predates racism and racism and capitalism.
What predates racism and capitalism?
Yep, race and racism and capitalism. What predates those things?
I don't know.
Feudalism.
What predates them?
Feudalism.
So there's no
feudalism predates
feudalism?
those. Feudalism predates those things and the patriarchy. Right?
There's no racism in feudalism.
There's no racism without feudalism. Do you know what predates means?
No. I guess not. What does predate mean?
Predates means the system existed prior to. Feudalism predates racism, and capitalism. The point that I'm trying to get to is one of the biggest factors of that communal living that I was telling you about with those indigenous people is that they were actually governed through a matriarchy. Do you know what a matriarchy is?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the opposite of a matriarchy?
It would be a patriarchy.
Okay. So if these communal societies upheld a matriarchy where women governed and coalesced a majority of power, not only women, but people that were of, like the queer community, how you would equate it today, were a large part. And even I forgot what the terminology is called, but they called, it was a thing for they called it like half man, half woman. It's in the sense of being like two-spirit, which would equate to like transgender people today were given higher positions within the actual community. If there was a sense of the matriarchy and there was more representation and communal living, and then it was met with a capitalistic society that is led by patriarchy, what happens when the patriarchy weaponizing capitalism meets the communal living communist that is using matriarchy? Can they coexist?
No, definitely not. They definitely can't coexist.
So the point that I'm trying to get across is the push of capitalism is indicative of the patriarchal system, and it actively attacks socialism and communism because of the amount of equity for everyone in the system, not the overrepresentation of men.
So do you think that the economic system of this indigenous tribe that you're talking about can actually work as a global economic system?
Yeah, I think the premise of socialism and communism can work on a world stage. The reason being is because capitalism is a system based off of consumption and exploitation. Exploitation of resources, exploitation of people, exploitation of time, and an unequal distribution where the proletariat, everyday people like you and I, don't get the proper standard of living, where people who are part of the bourgeoisie, the ultra wealthy, disproportionately have resources and access to abundance. Still there? Bueller. Hey. Oh, did he fucking run? Hot damn. Oh, well. Jim said, ask Russia how communism going for them. Jim, I'm going to mute you because you don't know shit from the comment section. But Jim, I'm also going to send you a request. Come up here and show how you don't know shit on the panel. I bet you won't do it. I bet you won't do it. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 700,000 likes. We're almost at 600,000 likes. Also, I got a couple of thank yous that I'm going to get to in just a moment. But if anyone else like to support the live, you can. Noah, you know they don't know shit. Stop it, Noah. You know they don't know shit. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. FYI, show your boy some love. Black people labor is not free, and I'm out here schooling these chumps. So they ain't gonna pay. Hook your boy up. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, and you would like to join the live, you can do so. And you do not have to actually leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is hit that request button. I will tell anybody that's coming through trying to request in on YouTube, it's been really, really funny. So I don't know if I'll be like, right now I hear something, but it looks like the person's me. I don't know what's going on. Tanya, are you there?
Yes, I am. And no, I just really wanted to say,
okay, wait,
Santana,
are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I'm a Democrat.
Okay, but do you disagree with anything on the background?
I have to say, you're very well educated and know exactly what you're talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I love you so much. Thank you. But guys, please respect the boundary live. I love you so much. Thank you. But we want to keep this moving, and we definitely want to get some debates going. So please, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. Jim.
What's good?
Just for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 24.
You're 24? Okay, perfect. Jim, you made the comment. You said, ask Russia how communism is working out for them. Right?
I did.
What do you think about that?
What do you mean? Like, what do I?
Let's level set for a half a second. What's communism?
It's like, from my understanding, right? It's where instead of having your own wealth, you distribute it. You try and distribute it equally among the people of the community.
Nope.
No? Educate me, please. Am I wrong?
Oh, I'm not going to educate you for free. You got to hit the pay links, baby. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link in the bio.
I'll drop.
We're trying to debate. Your perspective is just wrong. Yeah.
I mean, that's very much how communism works, though.
That's not.
They're definitely starving, bro.
Would you learn that's what communism is? Who taught you that?
I mean, that's just what I'm pulling from school and shit.
From what school? What school taught you that? Because whatever school taught you that, they taught you wrong.
Well, instead of educating me, you're not.
Oh, I'm not going to educate you for free because, black people labor ain't free. But I can tell you that the shit you just said was wrong. And so if they're teaching you that in school, then your school's wrong. Tell them I said that.
All right. I'll just drop in. I ain't got shit to say.
All right. I would also look into other schools. Have a good one.
All right, bro.
Yep. That was in chat for Allison for the $1 donation. No, the comments are on. I don't know how long ago they came in, but we're good. That was in chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying, you my bro, and I love you, but you be pissing me off when you give all this labor for free. Like Jay, sometimes I gotta give them that work. Then you act surprised when they leave. Knock that shit off. Yo, I don't know. I'd be excited to talk about like the shit that I learned. That's it. W's in chat for Jay. Thank you for the donation. W's in chat for Michael for the $5 donation to say, cook 'em, chef. You know how we do. W's in chat for Danielle. W's in the chat for Danielle for the $15 donation saying, for the truth bombs you've been dropping. Danielle, I try to do a little side. I do what I can do when I can do it. And W's in the chat over on YouTube for Sid. What up, Sid, for the $10 super chat? Say, there's a symbol of the fascist regime of Mussolini. They're literally flaunting it. What are you talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about at that moment. W's in the chat for the $10 super chat. The symbol is on their flag. Oh, yeah. You're right. We're talking about the video with the white nationalists that were marching. Yep, fucking right. W's in the chat for Sharon for the $9.99 super chat to say, this is why I said, as white people, we need to learn when to sit down, shut up, and listen. I can't stand hearing other white people white-splaining racism to people of color. It's so freaking embarrassing. Yeah, sometimes they can't help it. W's in the chat for the donos. Let's see. Got someone in request. Really quick, I'm going to go to Twitch as well. But if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Look up at the top. We got 184 new followers on this current stream. We've been live for almost 5 hours. And we should have way more than 184 new followers. Look up there. If you see the word follow, that means you haven't followed me yet. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So please hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. And I promise you, it's a good time. Hi, M in Blue. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? M in Blue. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Oh, I guess that's a no. Zay said, why are the taps so low? Because they stalling me out on taps. Y'all be fucking holding on to taps like they cost y'all something. Come on now, baby. Let me get some of them taps. Let me get some of them likes. And like over on the YouTube, let me get a couple of them likes. Them shit's free, baby. I promise you they not gonna go bad. Like, you can just pass me a couple of them likes. Let me get some of them likes. I need them likes. And W's in the chat for grab you for the 20 cheer bits to say, bro, they explained to you for free education and run. Yeah, that's like literally what he did. Like, I broke that shit down all the way down and he just ran. Fucking weird. W's in the chat for grab you for the 3 cheer bits to say I got suspended for fighting back while getting jumped for being a chocolate monster the day Obama was elected. Fucking crazy. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit to say, does KK Carl live in the woods? He had to. W's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheer bit to say, wouldn't Red saying he identifies as white be transphobic and stuff? Yeah, that's what, like Solid called that shit out for sure. For sure. W's in the chat for all the donos. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we are where the fuck is what are you at though? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, guys. We have to talk. I have some bad news, and the bad news consists of the fact that the United States of America is now officially a laughingstock. We are the global joke. We're the global joke. And the reason why we're the global joke is for a couple of different reasons. Capitalism, it sucks, doesn't work. Socialism mogs capitalism. Simple, easy. Number 2, Republicans, Democrats, they're all scared of social or democratic socialists. Like, it's not just a thing that's on the right or the left. Like, all of the established politicians are terrified of democratic socialists. White people, we got to talk about this. You guys are embracing white supremacy. It's kind of weird. Like, my white homies, well, not my white homies, because my white homies like cool as fuck. But like other white people, you guys, you're embracing white supremacy. We got to talk about that shit. I don't know what that's about. Don't do that shit. The United States of America, globalism, like the military budget, we got to reduce the military. We got to reduce the military budget. Like, we got to reduce the actual presence that we have across the globe. That's necessary. Last but not least, people haven't been wanting to talk about this one, but I think this is the most important topic that we have not talked about yet. Christians, my brothers and sisters in Christ. You guys weaponize the Bible. You guys literally weaponize the Bible. The Bible and Christianity is the most destructive force that has ever been weaponized in the history of the world. Christianity is literally the most destructive force to ever be weaponized in the history of the world. If you take a look at all the fucked up shit that I talk about all the time, it's always powered by Christianity. Always. Colonization, queerphobia, racism, fucking child sex trafficking. All of it is powered by Christianity. And that's because Christians weaponize the Bible. They don't live by the teachings of Jesus. They live to use the Bible as a sword to attack people instead of a shield to help people. My brothers and sisters in Christ, this is not a call out. This is a call in. This is a fucking fact. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Ryan. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Santana, I'm not. I just had a book I wanted to share with you.
I appreciate it. Go ahead and drop it in the comment sections. I know I'll see it for sure. For shiggity. I appreciate you though, Ryan, but you know, respect the boundaries of the live. I appreciate you. Much love. Mwah. Please, 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 guys, respect the boundaries of the live. We are looking for some debates. I'm looking for some debates. We're looking for some debates. You know, the funniest thing about the weaponization, especially within the United States of Christianity, is the fact that the Bible, right? If we really want to be absolutely real about it, the Bible has been changed so many times, right? There has been multiple adjustments that have occurred. Moore's account, first Africa's to visit us. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. No, all good, Ryan. I appreciate you. The Bible has been changed so many times, being translated through different languages and things like that. But the thing that people, for some reason, don't actually talk about enough is the changes that occurred with the actual 1946, I think was when the American institution purchased the Bible and then made changes. It's a whole thing. Jip, I see you're back. I know you've been having a couple issues, and I don't know if you can hear me. Jip, can you hear me? I can see you, but I don't know what's going on. Like over on YouTube, I know I can see you. You're here, but I can't hear you. I'm going to try to drop you out. Try coming right back in, and then I'll immediately bring you right back up. Like, try requesting right back in, and then I'll immediately bring you right back in, because like you've tried a couple of times, and for some reason you're not loading in. All right, there we go. All right, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. There we go. Holy smokes. I know you've been trying to get up here for a while, and it kept going back and forth.
Sorry, big bro. Yeah, that was a struggle.
Yeah, okay. Jip, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I'm not a Trump supporter.
You cut out. Your signal
would say really I'm a liberal, bad. But I would agree with everything up there.
Your signal's really bad.
That I would say I'm a little more sympathetic towards, like, can you hear me?
Yeah, your signal.
Can you hear me?
Really
hold on. Let me move. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You know what it was? I think it was my Wi-Fi. I think I turned my Wi-Fi off. I'm on my data now. Can you hear me now better?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Cool. Yeah, I was saying, I basically would agree with everything up there. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a liberal, but I would say, I would say that I do think that even though capitalism is not perfect, it's currently like the best system that we have. And I'm big on history, right? So, like, I don't know too much about like what's going on in the current world today, politics wise. You're definitely much more informed than me. I just think from my reading of history, I think that capitalism is the best system we have for the prosperity of a society. And before I'll argue my points, but let me ask you this: like, what are your reasons as to why you don't think capitalism is good? And I'll give you my counter argument.
Yeah, the reason why I say it's a failure is because it doesn't take care of the whole, right? It creates more disparities. The United States of America is the richest country on earth, and while being the richest country on earth, has the largest wealth gaps in any civil or any nation, right? And then even outside of that, the United States of America, while being the wealthiest country on earth, has a massive contradiction where it's the only G7 country, the only G7 wealthy nation where the quality of life is actively getting worse. So while we are a country that continues to produce and consume and, money continues to explode, the actual people that make up the country are not doing well at all.
Okay. That's a pretty good point. Okay, so my counterpoint to that would be in that in a capitalistic system, right? It's the onus is on the citizens or people of that nation state to ensure their own economic prosperity. Now, I agree with you that in the 21st century, capitalism has to evolve, right? Like the government should be this. I consider myself liberal. We should be having more social programs. Healthcare should be free. But I don't believe that the government should own like the total means of production, because this is like more of like an advanced point that I know you would understand. When power centralizes like that, right? In a socialist system or a communist system, yes, even though people, your average citizen is going to have healthcare, is going to have food, housing, right? But power is always going to be concentrated in like a small elite, a small elite group. And what's going to happen is, tell me.
That's not socialism or communism.
Sure.
That literally, that's not socialism or communism with the small elite group. If you can talk about socialist, social governments that rely on social safety nets where they lean into the premise of taking care of the people, and you would be right there because that's still a form of capitalism. But socialism and communism in its truest forms puts the power and the onus back on the individual people, like the proletariat, not an actual establishment of government, not a private entity of business, but literally it gives the means to the people.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So let's say hypothetically we were to do that in America, right? How would you ensure that the government is able to regulate market prices? Because with the free market, the market kind of regulates itself. Do you trust that the government or whoever's dictating it is going to be able to manage things properly? If you get what I'm trying to say?
In communism, there is no government. And in true forms of socialism, there wouldn't necessarily be governments and the same types of constraints that we currently have. So when you talk about being able to manage it, again, that is indicative of the people. The premise of socialism and communism is to ensure that there's a floor, right? That's the biggest premise. Now, there is also mechanisms in place to ensure that no one can exploit resources and hoard resources in order to exploit the workforce or those resources. Now, you might not like what those actual measures are, but there are ways to ensure that no one becomes Elon Musk within true socialist or communist societies.
Okay. So my answer to that would be this. And I'm not even totally disagreeing with you, because I feel like capitalism has to evolve. A lot of people like myself just fear that if we was to go to this stateless, classless society, that your average, like, you seem like a very reasonable person, and I know I'm a reasonable person, but there's a lot of unreasonable, violent, mentally unstable people out there, and I feel like in that kind of society where everybody could just run around, it does kind of make people fear, like, we need institutions. And, like, I understand that institutions can be corrupt, greed, all these things manifest, but we need institutions to some degree. Would you agree with that?
No, because the driving force behind greed is literally capitalism, right? I mean, capitalism and greed like go hand in hand. If there is no actual necessity of capitalism to continue to consume and disenfranchise people with the exploitation of resources, then there's no necessity for greed to hoard said resources. So if you eliminate the need to continue to actually have, one person maintain all of these things, then there's no actual like greed to continue to say, like, I need to get more of that.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll pick, if you don't mind, sir, do you think we could change? Because I actually don't really disagree too much. We, like, certain points I feel like we disagree, but I'm on board, as I feel like I'll meet you in the middle where capitalism has to evolve, but I'm not totally on board with like communism full on, where the people own the means of production. But because I'm more of a history nerd, right? So I just want to talk about history. So I see up there on the board, you say that Christianity, right? It's not up there anymore. What exactly does it say?
Christians, they weaponize.
What was your problem for Christianity?
Christians, they weaponize the Bible. Did you hear me?
Absolutely, and 100% true. Now, this would be, let me ask you this. The Islam, right? We talk about, yeah, I can hear you.
You got a really bad delay.
So I'm not disagreeing with you as far as Islam, but when I was listening to your conversation with the gentleman earlier, you were saying that, like, hold on. Yeah, I know. The delay is really bad. I don't know why. I think it's this weather. Like, the weather in New York City is crazy right now. It's just, but like, I can still hear you on your side though. It's just a delay. I would say this: the Christianity has been used as a weapon against minorities, members of the LGBTQ community, women, like just people that disagree with Christianity in general,
everybody.
Like, free thinkers.
Literally been weaponized.
But I also could say that the truth is also true for Islam as well. And here's my argument for that, right? So
I appreciate you, but I can't fuck with that lag. That is a massive delay. That was a lot. Holy smoke. Sorry. Feel free to come back in another time, but that delay was wicked. Sorry. That was a crazy delay. Hi. Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with something in the background?
No, I just want to know if there's like an age restriction or something.
18. 18. You have to be 18 years of age or older to join a TikTok live. Deb's in the chat for Kelly for the $5 donation, saying if you don't educate yourself on how racism started, going all the way back to days of Rah-Rah, all the way to present day, then you're upholding white supremacy, whether you realize it or not. Education is the key. Fucking Fox. Deb's in the chat for Kenzie for the $5 donation, saying if there's one thing I've learned from you is that if it's not enough anymore to not be racist, we need to be anti-racist. Like, that's the point. That's literally the point. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Kenzie. You're spot on. W's in the chat for Gar for the 5 cheer bits over on Twitch. That we've been a global joke since Trump won the first time. I can tell you, as somebody who's been abroad, has international friends, and has property outside of America. Fact. Also, another 20 cheer bits to say, bro, they exploit you for free education. They're right. They do, but they just can't fuck with it. I'm unfuckwittable, right? W's in the chat for the donations there. Yep, Oh, guys, look up at the top. You see the word follow? That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications. We are at 194 new followers. I would love, love, love if we could get up to 200 followers for this stream. We've been on for 5 hours, and we're now 5 new followers away from 200 followers. I am positive that there is at least 4 people now. 4 people that have not followed me. 2 people. Let's fucking go. 2. Boom. W's in the chat for you guys. Okay, guys. As far as the debates, I'm gonna call it here, but I was thinking we could do something that's kind of fun. If you guys want to. If you don't want to, then it's fine. But if you want to, then let's fucking do it. I love you more. I was thinking, do you guys want to find a battle and then make them debate us while they battle us? Just one? Like one TikTok battle, but we make them debate us in order to battle. Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. If you're over on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, in order to actually like join the battle, you guys got to come over to TikTok. If not, just hang out. All right, let's see. Co-hosts. Let's see. Suggest the creators. Let's see. How do I pick someone, or how do I know who to pick? How about this person? It says Snacking Miller. Snack Miller. Oh, he said no. He said he was good. What about Trilla Killa? Let's try Trilla Killa. Hey, Trilla Killa.
What's going on?
How's it going? Hey, do you know politics?
Not really.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I'll battle you if you debate me while we battle.
Yeah, hell no, I don't know shit about it, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
You know anything about like social constructs?
Huh?
You know anything about social constructs?
Hell no. All that politics shit don't do nothing for the black community, so I don't.
Ooh, okay. We can talk about that. All right, let's get into it. Perfect. That's good enough for me. Are you willing to explore that?
I mean, like I say, like, see, that's barely what I know, you know.
Okay, let's talk about it. I don't know how to like do the match thing. You know how to start it? Because I don't battle. I think this is like no bullshit. This is like maybe my 5th turn. Oh, okay. All right, guys. All right, we're here. Tap the screen or whatever the thing is and like do the battle stuff. Trilla, question for you. You said that politics don't do anything for black people. What do you mean by that?
Like, I don't feel like regardless of who the president is.
Shout out to Kill Bill.
Nobody, like, it don't change what's going on in the hood, really.
You don't think so? Okay, cool. Let me, without getting too deep into it, what state are you in? Texas. Got it. Okay. Do you know anything that Texas has been doing when it comes to the gerrymandering of Texas?
Nah.
Okay, so check this out, right? You know, Texas got hella black people and also hella like Latinos, right?
Yeah.
You know who gets disproportionately represented within Texas as far as voting?
Nah.
White people, right? And that's because of a thing called gerrymandering, where they basically draw these maps to disenfranchise black people So they get less representation for their vote. So even though there's more black people and Latino people, white people have more voting power in Texas than black people or even Latino people. And so they get overrepresented, which they get to push the initiatives that they want. Listen, I ain't got to tell you this, but like, you know, Texas is racist as fuck. Right. I mean, you know, that's how they get down. Thank you for the kiss cards. And so that since they get down that way, giving them the power to actually make legislation has literally allowed them to continue to actually harm black people. Right. Think about this for a second. Greg Abbott, that's your governor, right?
Did I guess?
You don't. Okay.
No. Like I say, if it don't benefit me no type of way, I don't be paying attention to it. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but you do understand, like, all of this is benefit or like negatively impacting you as well, though, right?
Yeah, that's why.
When you talk about the hood, like I get you. Okay, how about this? Who put dope in the hood?
The CIA.
Under who? Well, FBI, but under who direction? Reagan. Reagan literally put dope in the hood, right? And literally caused black people to be disenfranchised. Ronald, you know who Ronald Reagan is?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at the Reagan map? Do you know what that looked like? Let me show you this shit real quick. So I don't know if you know how like elections work and all this other stuff, but in order for an election, they have to like win the electoral college and blah, blah, blah. Guys, tap the screen or whatever is happening. It looks like we're winning right now, but like, I don't know. I'm assuming he battles all the time. I don't want to lose this. Chat, lock the fuck in. I don't want to lose. Do whatever the stuff is. All right, but check this out. This is the Ronald Reagan map. You see this? Ronald Reagan won every single state in the United States except one. 49 or 50 states. And you know what the fuck he did once he won? Put dope in the hood, got rid of like access to education. He like fucking, when I tell you, he overwhelmingly harmed black communities and put us where we are today. Have you ever heard of what's called trickle-down economics?
Man, I ain't heard none of that, bro.
So trickle-down economics is basically saying like, if you give all the rich people money, then they'll give money to poor people. You think that shit happened?
Nah.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan's the one that told it a lot. Prior to Ronald Reagan, the federal minimum wage was in line with the actual cost of living. Meaning, you know how like back in the day, people had like a 2-story house and 2.5 kids and shit, and they used to be like a milkman. That's because that was before trickle-down economics. Ronald Reagan fucking lied to people, switch it up, say give all the rich people the money, and they'll give people money, and they ain't give nobody shit, right? And so that's what got us fucked up. So, like the fact that the Republican Party, led by Ronald Reagan, has actively say it again.
I'm asking, we ain't got no blood. Nothing. Go, you can go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying like how he fucked everything. Chat, I think that he said something about a glove. It sounds like he's trying to snipe. What do we got? 9 seconds. Drop it. Snipe whatever the shit is. Do the shits. We got 4 seconds or something.
Too late.
W's you.
Yeah,
so say it again.
No, I'm thinking my chat. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, just I mean, like overarching, like I get what you're saying, and the premise of like politics may not directly benefit black people, but the one thing that I say is the direct influence that's been levied against black people with politics, it's hurt us, right? It literally has put us in the position where we've continued to be disenfranchised and marginalized. That's why black people are overwhelmingly represented in like arrest, but overrepresented in exoneration. Like they over police us. They over police us. And then at the same time, they continue to create systems that keep black people disenfranchised. And while electoral politics might not be the end all and be all, that's at least something that you can do to represent yourself, especially you being in Texas. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
27.
27. Okay. You're still young, right? I'm almost 40. There's a big big midterm election that's coming up for you in Texas with the candidate James Tellerico. Have you heard about him?
No.
Okay.
But if you don't, let me tell you something real quick, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I feel like honestly, bro, it's good to know all this. You know, like it does benefit you in a good way if you understand the laws. You know, my baby mom, she deep into all this. She know everything about like who's being elected, all the whatever, the mayor, all that. But my thing is, bro, is like black people be trying to be, we can't, I don't think we ever gonna be equal to white. Like we trying to be cool, we trying to be like somebody from across the country can come here and they can open up a store in the hood. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying?
So
like I feel like we trying to be cool, we trying to be equal with somebody who don't even want to be cool with us. So it's not even no point.
See, this is where it comes down to though. Understanding more than just like
I don't even want to stand here with it. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen, but see, this is the crazy thing. This isn't just about the US, right? This is why you have to understand history. You have to understand these systems. You have to understand like a multitude of things. First and foremost, race was created by a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zurara, right? This was in 1452. And when he created the construct of race, it was literally to justify chattel slavery in order to take us from Africa and put us into bondage throughout the transatlantic slave trade and use us as free capital. And
so
that's
I got a question real quick.
Yeah.
Do you believe that it was black people already in the USA before?
Black people visited. It was called Turtle Island at that time. That's the Americas, right? And so black people did travel to the Americas prior to that, but they didn't colonize because colonization is something that was perpetuated by Europeans, right? So they did travel here, but they traveled back. They didn't just stay. And they're not indigenous to these lands. Like even indigenous people, they migrated from like northern parts thousands of years prior to anyone coming to this area, right? So it's a whole thing. But the point that I'm trying to get across is that like literally you have to understand how all of these things work in order to actually do anything to benefit us, right? Have you ever heard of class consciousness?
Somewhat.
All right. So class consciousness talks about understanding the different social structures that continue to marginalize everybody. It's not just about being black, right? Black people are marginalized, women are marginalized, people with disabilities are marginalized, people that's part of the queer community, they're marginalized. But all of these things are put in place in order to keep a hierarchy, right? And the hierarchy exists with white men at the top. It's called the patriarchy. White men are at the top, and then depending on where you are within the intersex, then you start to fall down and you're disenfranchised based off of it. Like, you know, you might be, think about the difference between being a white man and a black man, right? But then think about the difference between being a black man and a black woman, right? But then thinking about the difference between being a black woman and being like a transgender black woman, you see, so it's like levels even within that whole thing. But that's literally used to continue to make the ultra wealthy and to keep us at each other instead of actually creating some type of unity so we can fight together.
Yeah, separating and conquer. That's what that is.
Yeah. So like I talk about unity with the black diaspora. Do you know what the black diaspora is?
I ain't gonna lie, them words.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Listen, we locked in. So when I talk about the black diaspora, it's the different black people around the world, right? So you got American black people. You can have like a black person from Kenya. You can have a black person from Britain or whatever the case may be, but it's different black people, right? And one of the things that I talk about often is that there is a pushback to have black unity because of the amount of power and like what we can have working as a collective group. And so have you heard of FBA? Foundational Black Americans?
Yeah, I heard of that.
I ain't gonna hold you. I think that's a CIA psyop. Like I think that just like they put Booger Sugar in the hood. I think they dropped FBA just when black people were getting close to like class consciousness.
Yeah.
Because all they're doing is like, oh, you're not really black and you're not really black. What kind of shit is that to tell another black person they ain't black? That's weirdo shit. So, but the point being is like unity as a whole. I mean, black people should actually have unity amongst each other, but people, right? The biggest issue is the people. Did you know that the 18 richest people in the world have about 80% of all the wealth in the world? 18 people. That's fucking stupid.
Elon Musk by himself can fund everybody in the world.
Did you know fucking Elon Musk told people like, oh, if you come to me with a plan to end world hunger and it's like a real plan, then I'll pay for it. And people came up with a whole ass plan, came to him, laid it out like, yo, all you got to do is give this amount. It wouldn't even be like close to the amount of money that he had. And after he said like, oh, I'm gonna do it, he just fucking bailed on him. After sitting there telling people like, if you come back with a plan to ensure that world hunger ends, I'll do it. They did the shit. He came back. He's like, nah, I'm good. Elon Musk could get every person on earth $1 billion and still not even fucking touch the amount of money he has.
I can see, appreciate you, Alexa, Tiffy, L, Samantha, still, yo.
Yeah, W's in the chat for all, the people that did the battle shit. I fucks with you guys. I love you. All right, listen, Trilla, seriously, I appreciate you hanging out with me and speaking with me just for a few minutes. And, hey, I would at the very least, maybe give me a follow, but look into James Tellerico, like serious shit. You can change some stuff, but I would start with class consciousness and trying to connect with other black people. All right. All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Keep doing your thing.
Yep. You as well. I don't know how to leave. There we go. Boom. And we won, baby. All right, guys. That was fun. That was fun. All right. That's enough. I got a potty. And we're going to get out of here. Thank you guys for hanging out. I think that's something that I want to do more of. Like, I don't really like the whole battling thing because not going to hold you. I'm a really bad sport. And so if I lose, I will pout. If I lose, I will throw a whole ass temper tantrum. That's why I don't like to battle, because I am not good at losing. But I think that's kind of cool to like trap people in conversations. I like trapping them in conversations. I got him. Oh shit. W's in the chat for Justine for the $5 donation saying, I'm a social dem, but not educated enough to debate the nuances between social dem and democratic socialists. I'm studying it. But right now I think too much of the world has embraced for some reason capitalism and changed the entire system. Now, yeah, no, for sure. For fucking sure. W's in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation saying some kind of storm happened during the 2050 or you mean the 250s thing. Someone heard a MAGA into the Black History Museum. Oh, really? I got to check that shit out. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Justina, who sent over the who became a late night tuber, and W's in the chat for Phoenix Eyes, who gifted out a subscription over on YouTube. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. We're G to G for today, guys. Oh, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. No late nights this week, guys. But it's because we have something super cool that's going to be happening. I promise. Let me cook. Got it? Let me cook. But once we get through this week, we got some really cool shit happening. So there's that. I don't know. I think I'm done for today. I might go run around these TikTok streets. You guys might see me, hanging out with some of my friends or whatever the case may be. But I will be back in the morning. Same bat time, same bat place. Yeah. Chris, you can fuck off. You weren't good earlier. You wouldn't be good now. Anyway, let's hit this outro and then, we're going to do our thug thizzle.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hug here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys, this is fun. We had a good day. We had a really good day. I hope you guys like the new topics. I think this is going to absolutely get more engagement, get more people in here, and get these debates going. Guys, make sure that before you leave, if you don't mind, hit that follow button up there. Boom. Hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up before you leave so you can push the VOD out even more. Guys, thank you all for hanging out with me today. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for all the gifts, taps, likes, and shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always,